Oh, I'm so stupid. I keep doing that. I literally didn't even change the thumbnail. Change. Wait, did I save it? File, export, export. Oh, it's saved to my desktop for some reason. I'll just move it. Don't worry. Move. Bow. Open. Save. Okay. Problem solved. They made it look up Elon. Wait, if I recall correctly, they made it look up Elon's opinions before giving an answer. Really? That's so funny. Stop. Stop. The alert box is broken again, and I don't know how to fix it. I think I fixed it last time by starting my OBS in what's it called? Administrator mode. But I can't necessarily do that because I'm live. What's up, Jason? Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello. How was stream? Okay. How do I fix this alert box? I go here. Alert box. This. Okay, let's see how that works. Also, did y'all see Cuomo staying in the race too? Bro, okay. Can I also just say can we stop with the power software stuff? Is it too late? It's getting out of hand. It's getting out of control. It is getting out of control. Like, just look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 videos in 2 weeks. That's almost one video per day on pirate software, right? There's only so much he could be over, right? Or he could be done, and it could be over. It wasn't over here. It wasn't over here. It wasn't over here. And it wasn't over here. Didn't tell us about Huda from Love Island and how he ends up in the wrong parties. And still parties because nothing can stop him. No spoilers on Love Island. I have not finished it. Also, I'm literally never going to finish it. Honestly, it's too far. Take it 5 times. Yeah, exactly. Let's change it up. At least switch it up. And I think this is cringe, honestly. This is approaching as cringe as pirate software is. You know what I mean? That is my take. This is approaching. It's not there yet, but it is approaching as cringe as pirate software is. You know, because like I can tell that this person doesn't care about anything. I can tell this person doesn't care about Stop Killing Games. I can tell that this person doesn't care about pirate software is like misleading his audience with how you know, experienced he is. I can tell this person doesn't care about pirate software's terrible political takes or collabing with Asmongold. It's only for the views, and I am not a fan of that personally. This is equal to AI slap, honestly. Yeah. Anyway, let's get started with my My own Pirates Opera take. Like, there's just more. There's more. It just keeps going. It just keeps going. Maybe I should stop. Wait, this guy posted a Asmongold reacts to his channel. Yeah, I'm not watching this. We're not watching this person. You know, stop it to the views stop. That's true. I will watch this person's video. Instagram rap is terrible. My people. My people. So I am curious. Power Star takes will continue until morale improves. Please no. Please, morale keeps going down. Okay, we'll see what Asmongold has to say here. And I do want to watch The Civil War Was a Slave Revolt. I have not listened to the album, chat. Please, please. I have not done anything. I've said this. No, we'll start with this. We'll start with this. We're starting with Andrew Schultz. This isn't actually what I want to open. Have you done anything? Please advise. No, I haven't done anything yet. Also, there was Baytard crying about the new Superman film, which is kind of funny because it's just like, well, there's a lot of people being like, oh, the new Superman film is like anti-Israel. It's super pro-Palestine or whatever, right? Like, I don't think it's cope per se, but like I can definitely see it being. It's just it's a film about it's a film about being nice and kind to each other and not like sniping babies, you know, and not sniping babies. So like if you see the film that's like anti-sniping babies, and you feel like that's anti you. I don't know what you want me to tell you. Will's take is incredible. We'll see what Will's take is.
But the most brilliant thing that Gunn did was Baravia is Israel, obviously, and they're cartoonishly evil in the film, right? So no one who supports Israel can look at it and go, well, Baravia is supposed to be Israel, because they then would have to admit that what they are doing in real life is cartoonishly evil. It's such a brilliant, like, oh, Baravia made you think of Israel? What about it?
Yeah.
What about what they were doing? No, tell. No, tell. No, go ahead, tell me.
Morning chat less than 3.
The supervillain stuff? Is that what reminded you of them? Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. It's just comic book stuff, man. It's just
yeah. And I think this is, I can get into my entire review of Superman in a second, but I think this is why the film is did so well. Because I said that in my in the Discord, right? And that even if you didn't think the film was like, you know, pro-Palestine or whatever, right? Even if you didn't believe that, I think that there is usefulness in pretending like it was for this exact reason. You know, even though I think it is. You know? Just gone for a while and came back with a new voice. I think my voice is regular. That's good either way. Yeah. Jimmy Olsen being was the favorite part of the movie. Honestly, Jimmy didn't deserve all that. Let's be real. But yeah, it is. The movie does a lot of stuff well. It definitely feels like a James Gunn movie. Not in like a derogatory way, but like if you watch like Guardians of the Galaxy, and then you watch like the Suicide Squad, and then you watch Superman, you can see like common overarching themes, or like, you know, like the way the comedy hits when comedy is done. Like it feels like James Gunn. I haven't seen Creature Commando, so I can't speak towards that. But yeah, the movie is really good. I enjoy it. I enjoyed it. I think it was a breath of fresh air that a comic book movie was not all dark and gritty. I feel like early Marvel allowed itself to be a little bit silly. Like even watching like Iron Man, the first Iron Man, it was still a bit dark and gritty, but like there was at least like a jovialness to it, like with the Thor movies as well. Not the second one because that one sucked, but like the third one, you know, the Ragnarok. Like, there was a level that Marvel allowed itself to be funny and enjoyable, right? Thor 1 better. I didn't say Thor 1 was bad. Ragnarok was very comedy focused a little bit as well. But I think the Superman movie was very much, it felt like a comic book movie as opposed to like a comic book adaptation. You know? And so I think that's where it kind of thrived and benefited. But like Will's totally correct here. And so like I saw it was like a review. I don't know if it was a review on like Letterboxd or it was something that I saw before I even saw the movie. And it was somebody complaining, be like, oh, wow, this movie's not even what's the word? It's not even quiet about its anti-Israel nature, right? It's very clearly made Israel out to be the bad guy. And I was like, I don't believe that. You know what I mean? I don't know if that's true. So I had to go see it to see if that was the case. Oh, subtle, thank you. It's not even subtle about it. Pre-order for the 9 months resubscription. Much appreciated. But like in like yeah, like Cyber is saying, it's like the movie was just like, yo, be kind to each other, be nice to people. You know, it didn't have to do much to like reach that bar. It was just, yo, let's, you know, don't be crazy, evil, mean to each other. Don't kill children. Yeah. Like it was the moment where like, okay, I won't spoil it. I won't spoil the end of the film. Okay. I have to kind of, this is a non-spoiler review. Just going over the political themes. Even though it's been out for like a week, yeah, you should see it. Watch Will's take one more time. We'll have a good take on it.
But the most brilliant thing that Gunn did was Baravia, is Israel, obviously, and they're cartoonishly evil in the film, right? So no one who supports Israel can look at.
I will say, and this is the one spoiler, and so if you don't want to hear a spoiler at all, leave and come back in 10 seconds. Right? This is your warning. Spoiler. I love the fact that they splattered Netanyahu on the ground. Just peak. Okay, spoiler over.
It and go, well, Baravia is supposed to be Israel, because they then would have to admit that what they are doing in real life is cartoonishly evil. It's such a brilliant, like, oh, Baravia made you think of Israel? What about it? What about what they were doing? No, tell.
It's also great because it positioned like the beacon of, in the pinnacle of human morality and goodness, right, against Bravia in general. Gonna kill the evil dictators in the last project, and Peacemaker, it was the KKK members. I haven't seen Peacemaker, who was also in the movie, which was kind of funny. So at least we know that those are set in the same universe as well. But it's supposed to do like Chris Broad Studio. I mean, why does Chris Broad Studio looks like Will Studio? Exactly. Cutie Cinderella is really good. I saw the Guardians movie. And Guardians. That's the same movie in my head. The other movie, that's not the Guardians movie. The Suicide Squad. I saw the Suicide Squad movie. And it was kind of similar. Right. Well, yeah. Anyway, let's finish this off.
No, tell. No. Go ahead, tell me. The supervillain stuff? Is that what reminded you of them?
A little bit.
Interesting. It's just comic book stuff, man. It's just.
I will say, people who said that Bravia was supposed to be Russia, incorrect. I think that's cope. People are coping when they're like, "Oh, Bravia is Russia." That's full cope. It's not at all like the invasion of Ukraine in Russia. Bravia is an ally of the U.S. There's at no point ever has the U.S. and Russia been allied since like it was the USSR. You know, that's not the case. It's cope. It's cope. When does America arm Russia? Exactly. There's also 1990s Iraq without the ally part. It's a mix. I think it is definitely not like a one-to-one. Right? I think there are some parts that are like overlapping, but like I think Bravia being an ally of the US is not a unique call out. Like it's not it's a very specific thing. It's not Russia. You know? I think initially about the Russia-Ukraine, but later changed Israel Palestine post October 7th. That's when Yusuf was supposed to be Putin, but later changed Netanyahu. Ugh, I hate watching like Friedman clips. Because the writers of Andor was basing Andor in the past ended up being relevant. Yes. Again, I think it is purely like coincidental, but not purely coincidental. I think it's hard to say how much direct influence it had on crafting the narrative, right? Like, I don't know if James Gunn went in and was like, I want to make a film that's like anti-Israel, you know? But I think the way that Bravia was crafted, you know, does lean to be way more like Israel than it is about Russia. You know, even with the I don't know what the to be a spoiler for it. I don't like what the movie is doing because the catharsis is not earned. Well, that's the media is never going to allow catharsis, chatter. That's kind of like the point, you know. It's our role to step in and like explain what Will is explaining here to other people, right? It's our job as people who have knowledge about Israel Palestine, and I've been aware of the genocide occurring for the past 20 months. And take that, and people who are tuning in to finally being able to maybe understand what's going on and use this as a jumping off point to get them to actually understand like what's happening here isn't an exaggeration, right? It's not an exaggeration for what's going on in Palestine. It actually doesn't even do it justice. Here's what's actually happening, and it's our job to take the momentum that's currently behind the film and, you know what I mean? And move it forward. Right? But I do understand that the take that it's that I've seen online that it kind of serves to like placate people a little bit. But I think, and this is maybe just me seeing my Twitter thread, and I don't see other Twitter threads. Scrolling through Twitter and just seeing, you know, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of likes on posts being like, the new Superman is anti-Israel, and that's good. Right? Just kind of shows how different things have been and how things have changed in the last 20 months. Because I remember, you know, October 8th, October 9th, right? To February, to March, to April, to May. And it being, you know, like pulling teeth to get people to even say Palestine or call it a genocide. You know? And so if people are finally tuning in now, explaining to them about why they should support Palestinians, right? If they, you know, see what Bravia is doing, it's kind of like what our purpose should be. It's very likely the movie will bring the conversation more to the forefront. Like, will not exactly bring up Israel Palestine on stream all the time, but he's talked about it for a while last night. Even if it was through the lens of a movie, it's 100% going to make people more curious about when they've got the blinders on. Yeah. Can you link this clip? Yes. Also, I love that you just said exclamation point link. Like, how is the bot supposed to know what is currently on the screen right now? How is the bot supposed to know what is currently on the screen at this exact moment? I figured I would try. You know what? I respect that. Have you seen the tweet like you're in Metropolis Twitter thread? I have. Superpowers? Lois even tries to justify Brave's actions. I don't think that was what the point of the scene was. I don't want to get into it because it's spoilers. And more of just her, like, devil's advocating journalism. I think Lois was a stand-in for the, like, Western media. And what Lois was doing was kind of just what the media would have done in that regard as a whole. You know? So I don't think it's about like Lois's like character, like what the character would do, and more just like she was playing the role of like the Western media to like be like, you know, well, maybe they deserved it. Who knows? That's what some people are saying. But that scene is good. I think that scene is one of the best scenes in the entire movie. Right? Because this is a crazy emo, bro. Why is it waving so fast? That's crazy. One of my favorite scenes. Yeah, it also shows that Superman being like getting like legitimately angry at the media, which is how I feel. You know, I feel like Superman. I feel like Superman in that moment, just getting irrationally mad at the media for asking the questions that they do, because they know it's not true. You know, like Jake Tapper. Jake Tapper knows what he's saying isn't true. It isn't based in reality. But he says it because that's his role. Right? He says it because he needs to say that. Anyway, does anybody have the Hassan's take on Superman? But like her being like, or Lois being like in the movie, and slight spoilers. But like she did the thing where it was like people are doing with not even like just Palestine, but with I think just all Middle Eastern nations, by being like, well, I don't know what the country is. Jahaporian, yeah, Iran as well. The Jahaporian government is also just not the most progressive government in the world, actually. And Superman being like, come on, you know that's just, you know, justification that they're doing to justify their violence. He made a video. I think it's 27 minutes long. Jeez Louise. Should have said it's a terrorist government. I don't remember her saying it was a terrorist government specifically, but you might be correct. Okay, the video, I know because it was muted. Do you see Ben Shapiro's review? Is hilarious. I did not. But if you have it, I'll take a look at it. Please, YouTube, please stop giving me Power Software stuff, okay? I know we laughed about Power Software. We watched a few videos. Please stop. Please stop. I beg of you.
Movie. It's exactly the way it's supposed to be. It's like just corny enough and just
Ben Shapiro's review on stream. It's all spoilers. I mean, I can give a spoiler notice or something. But like that's content. Ben Shapiro crying about about Superman is so funny. Like Ben Shapiro has fallen off.
just silly enough. You know what I mean?
You might get spoiled. Don't read chat. Okay, should I cover chat up too? Here. I'll cover up chat with my chat.
It's been doing crazy box office numbers, and that's where we're gonna. It is so good. It is so good. MCU fall off is here. DC revitalization project is here. It had the fixins. It had the fixins. Woke is back. My quick and easy review in the immediate aftermath of getting out of the movie theater was this. I said, watch Superman. Woke is so back, it's not even funny. Also, can't believe they did that to Israel.
Do not spoil. Listen, chat, I'm going to try my best to keep you from spoilers. But if Hassan says something that spoils you, I can't help you. Or if I accidentally tab over to the screen and it shows the chat and you get spoiled there, I'm sorry. You know? So you might want to have to circle back around in about 30 minutes.
Up, and away. The new Superman movie.
Isn't chat blurred though? No, chat's only blurred for the first minute or so.
Flying to a possible record debut at the box office, expected to bring in up to $120 million.
Eyes up here.
David Cornsweet starring as Superman himself.
It just came out the BBC isn't paying Palestinian journalists, giving them attribution for their work. I just don't like Hollywood using the same imagery to profit off of ongoing genocide. Also, why can't Americans get anything without pop culture references? I'm sorry, I'm just venting, I guess. I don't know what to tell you, chatter. You have to take what you can get, you know? The alternative is that, like, there's nothing, you know? The alternative is that there's no, you have pure neutrality or pure, pro-genocide sentiment, or you get this right now. And I understand how that can be frustrating, but there is usefulness in motion in this happening in this way, right? And you can see that from the amount of passion that there is for and in talking about the Superman movie and how like anti-Israel it is.
And in a nod to the original Red Cape superhero, Christopher Reeve.
Hey, Jim! Whoa! Excuse me. That's a bad.
Our own Will Reeve taking the silver screen in this latest reboot.
The Justice Gang has arrived on the scene.
A wildly entertaining Superman movie that balances the new with the familiar.
Ladies and gentlemen, woke is back. Superman is super woke. Woke is back in a big way. And everybody needs to step aside. It's not go woke, go broke. It's go woke unless you want to be broke. Superman already is an alien, right? Like literally and figuratively. Like he is supposed to be, I mean, he's written by, I believe like 2 Jewish immigrants at the time. Like that was the character that they created. He's supposed to be an analog for like a godlike deity. But also on the simplest terms, Superman is supposed to be an outsider who's trying to do his very best and oftentimes misunderstood. And the entire movie is quite literally about that. Down to a degree where it's not so subtle at all. He is supposed to be the peak form of like perfect human, a superhuman, a Superman, if you will. And he is actively and desperately Muting to avoid spoilers? No, dude, there is no spoilers. This is a spoiler-free review, okay? I'll tell you when there is a spoiler part about it. Some of the things I really liked about it, some of the things I really enjoyed about the movie was how corny it is. How corny they made Superman, because it's supposed to be corny. It's a comic book. So they have like all of the corniness of comic books directly baked into it. And I do think that James Gunn hyper focused on all of the side characters and did a pretty good job of uplifting and highlighting some of the side characters on the show, whether it be Crypto, whether it be, you know, the dog, the super dog, basically. Mr. Terrific was incredible. Probably like one of the best side characters.
I will say, okay, so I'll say, I haven't talked about Mr. Terrific. Mr. Terrific was the best, or had the best fight scene in the entire in the entire movie. Is what I'll say. I won't spoil anything past that. It just he cooked. He said, "When Mr. Terrific tweet about rap music," of course I did. And to be fair, I think that guy is gonna get a lot of hate, which not necessarily unjust, but I think I understand what he was trying to say. But it just reads as like, oh, I'm glad he didn't have any of that music in there. You know, all that shucking, driving, tap dancing music in there. I'm so glad it wasn't any of that music in there. Like that's what it reads as to me. If you have the two, we can take a look at it. It was basically just like some dude was like, man, I'm so happy. I'm so happy that honest. I'm so happy that that they didn't play any rap music during the Mr. Terrific section. I don't. Here it is. Notice how Mr. Terrific's fight. Oh yeah. Notice how Mr. Terrific's fight scene. Notice how during Mr. Terrific's fight scene there wasn't rap or hip hop music playing. Very mindful. Very black people aren't a monolith. Like, I know what he's trying to say, right? He's trying to demonstrate that black people are not a monolith, and black people don't only listen to rap music. I get what he's trying to say there, right? But the implication is that it would be wrong if they did play rap music or hip hop music, which it wouldn't be, right? Whatever happened to just saying, I like the song that they played here, instead of being like, I'm glad it wasn't that shucking, jiving music. It really shows that us blacks don't only like that gangster rap stuff. Like, we don't, why, whatever happened to just, I like that song. whatever happened to, this was a good song choice, actually. Like, I feel bad because he's getting drugged through the mud, you know. Okay, he has another tweet. Hold on, he has another tweet. He said, "See how fast yo people turn. See how fast yo people turn on you. Y'all should see some of the awful things they're saying because I'm saying all black people don't like rap music. As a group, people are only allowed to allow one facet of music." Yeah. It's so funny. It's so funny. I just use my Wi-Fi by unplugging it and plugging it back in. link the Discord? What do you mean link the Discord? Like, it's there. Desire to voluntarily tell people why you don't like what you don't like doesn't make sense to me. You could just say you like music choice. That's what I'm saying. It's just so weird to be like, I'm glad it wasn't that shuck and jive and freaking you know, music. Like, you don't need to do that. It's not necessary. Just be like, I like the music choice here. But the fight scene was crazy. It was a good fight scene. But I also like it because the characters didn't seem like weak in the movie, right? To be fair, they could have done Hawk Girl better. I think my biggest complaint about the movie is that they did Hawk Girl dirty. You know? They did Hawk Girl dirty. Like, Mr. Terrific had feats. Green Lantern had feats. Superman had one of the biggest feats ever in comic book movie history. But like, Hawk Girl didn't have as many feats as she probably could have. Right, and so that's the my biggest complaint is that like they could have given her a little bit of something, you know. No, Haley Welsh is not in the movie. I hope they explore her story and the Thanagarians more. What I don't, okay, this is what I don't understand is that I'm not too up to date with DC comic books. I don't know how Hawk Girl and Hawk Woman relate to each other. Like, are they a part of this same sort of like the same alien species? I know Hawk Girl, Hawk Woman, and Hawk Man, or it's Hawk Man and Hawk Girl. One of the two. You're not thinking or making an assumption. I don't know. Somewhere I know that there's a Hawk Man and a Hawk somebody, a Hawk partner, who are like fully reincarnating forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. But then how does Hawk Girl relate to that? No, Hawkeye is a different person, and that's in Marvel. Is a Hawkman a human that got chosen by the Armored? No, I don't think that's right. I'm pretty sure there's this whole thing about they just keep reincarnating, right? I'm pretty sure it's that thing. Okay, so I was right. They are different. Shayera, Hawk Woman, and Kendra, Hawk Girl. We got Kendra. That's one we got. But who's who? Which one's which? Yada yada yada. Retcon, reboot, rewritten. There's a fly in here. Blah blah blah. Kendra was reincarnated on Earth and joined the Black Hawk. Wait. Oh, wait, they're the same character. She-Ra was reincarnated, split into two different beings. Sure. Okay. So now they both exist. Does a retcon don't listen, but it seems like that's the most up-to-date information. Okay, so I want to point out that this is a freaking. I'm gonna hit that net, bro. I don't know where it is. When I catch you, I'm done. Anyway, one is the alien, the other's from Earth. But like, how can that be if? Okay. You know what? Let's just confirm that nobody knows. All right, that's the answer. Nobody knows. It's not just us. And that's all I need to know. All I need to know is that it's not just me. But yeah, let's continue with the review.
His smug face is awesome.
Stop.
Like
characters in the entire franchise. Basically, Hot Girl follows you on IG. Yeah, I know. I found that out and I immediately followed.
Hot Girl follows us on Instagram.
Basically, Hot Girl follows you on IG. Yeah, I know. I found that out and I immediately followed her back. And
bro, Rich keeps getting richer. Right back.
And I would love to have her on the stream. That'd be amazing. But yes, Hot Girl was amazing as well. Green Lantern was amazing as well. And I'm not even talking about the major plot point, which is Netanyahu and Israel. If you think this movie pulls punches from criticizing Israel, it does not. It is an analog for Israel and maybe Russia as well, if you want to call it. You can say a little bit of both. But straightforwardly, it is the most obvious, like, Israel thing I've ever seen in my whole life. And r/Israel, the Redditors on Israel are very upset about this. But basically what I'm trying to say is every moment, every scene, every frame in the movie is framed exactly like the comic book. Like the incredibly corny, impossibly corny, kitschy characters that you see, exactly like a comic book. If you go into the movie looking for like gritty realism and like the old school DC style, like post Nolan dark DC, you're not going to get that.
Yes, she's
Do
Dora,
not look for that
which I think I saw that movie actually. Close. Yeah.
All, because that is not happening. It is not happening. There is no like gritty realism in this, even though there is one aspect of it that I also personally like, that is a holdover from like The Boys, which is the impact that it has on real life people, like these sorts of massive battles. They definitely do show that a lot more than they do in the Marvel universe, where it's almost like a nod to how when these guys are fighting, like human beings are suffering as a consequence of that. But it also shows but it also shows that in a very real way, where, I mean, in a very comic book style way, because you'll see screens, you'll see sequences where like regular people are just like eating, I don't know, like yogurt while like the city is collapsing in and of itself. And that is because that's exactly how it's portrayed in the comic books. And it's also supposed to be like something that is happening all the time. So
juggling the other thing for the 4-month subscription.
Much so that they're basically used to it. This is something that like
is there any people complain that there are no instructions, like that's how comic books are, you're supposed to know the characters. But like, yeah, but like in real life, like if you're a bystander and you just see people having a conversation, right, they're not going to turn to introduce themselves to you. And that's how movies are, or how movies, in my opinion, are supposed to be. I don't want the first 10 to 20 minutes of the movie to be about, hi, my name is Superman. I'm also Clark Kent. I spend all of my time at the Daily Planet. You know what I mean? I don't need that. These characters already, yeah. But if you don't, you'll learn. You know, if you don't know the characters, you'll learn. You'll figure it out as you go. Right? There's this thing called context clues you could use. I feel like the beginning did more than enough to set up Superman. Yeah, you're spoiling, right? Oh, yeah, slight spoiler. Superman is Clark Kent. But yeah. This is not record scratch. Yep, that's me. But you're wondering how I got here. And then it just rewinds back and then just does the entire and then the first 30 minutes of the freaking movie is just preamble and setup to how we got to the part that we actually want to see.
the average citizen.
The only thing I don't like is how many people know Superman is Clark. To be fair, it's only like 4 people. You know? But yeah, it does kind of fly in the face of like a secret identity. That it wasn't very secret. Spoilers, chatter, stop with the spoilers. We can talk in generalities. We don't get into specifics.
Is used to. But it was fun. Yeah, James Gunn was like, we're gonna have fun with this. We're gonna have fun with this. Analogs to the real world, serious politics wise. Number 1, the fictional country of Boravia going and invading the other fictional country of what's the name of it? It's like kind of it's like a Asian country. It's like an Indian kind of name, but it's not. It's like very clearly Israel, Palestine. Jaranpur. Yeah. Jaranpur and Boravia. Boravia is this like high-powered, high-tech superpower.
Don't worry about it and just watch the movie. Next, you'll ask about One Piece. To be fair, that's kind of funny. I saw a tweet saying that like there were people who are like, going to see this movie who enjoy it who don't even know who like that's Superman's Clark Kent, you know? I think that's pretty interesting. Just for like a comic book movie point of view. Is that, and by somebody I mean my sister. She didn't know Superman was Clark Kent. That they were the same person.
Or in the region that is invading this other country that is not armed at all. It is a literal exact 1-to-1 analog to Israel Palestine. Okay, that's what it is. Boravia is Israel and Jaranpur is Palestine. Absolutely, 100%. Anyone who says that that is not the case is absolutely coping. Even if James Gunn came out and swore on his mother's life that this was not an analog to Israel Palestine, I'm telling you right now, they're just it's lying. And then the American weapons manufacturer's relationship with Israel is directly explained, which is why I think
Superman. Not even nowadays. Spider-Man has been more popular than Superman for a few decades now, right? And I think it's just because he's easier to adapt into like other media. Like Superman is very difficult to adapt into like movies, TV shows, video games. We're only just now getting to the point where like I guess Smallville was around, but like even then Smallville wasn't a like Superman show if you think about it. Smallville was a Clark Kent show that had Superman as like a tertiary character. You know? Batman's been around. Batman's way easier to adapt. Right? Just because the stories you tell with Batman and with Spider-Man are very street level. The stories you tell with Superman are street level, but it's not like the same kind of street level, right? It's you see Superman lowering himself to deal with street level conflicts. And then something greater than street level shows up that he has to deal with. Balancing like, how do I deal with street level conflicts while also saving the world, right? How can I simultaneously fend off like Doomsday or Darkseid who shows up, right? While also saving a cat out of a tree. That's the dichotomy that makes Superman unique. You know? But with Spider-Man, it's just like, oh, it's a teen boy. Like the secret identity part is way more unique. And he can't fend off Doomsday. Well, no, he does fend off Doomsday. He just ends up dying at the end 9 times out of 10. Right? Because that's the entire point of the Doomsday character. Doomsday as a character was created to kill Superman. Not even just like he was created to kill Superman in the story, but like in the like, you know, in storytelling, he was created to kill Superman, essentially. Like the Death of Superman story was made following like Doomsday. So yeah, that's the entire point of Doomsday's character, which was ruined in Justice League or whatever. Right? Like they killed off, spoiler alert for like the last Superman series, not the new one. They kill off Superman against Doomsday, and then they bring him back in the literal next property. Like, what are we doing here?
It's a better analog to Israel than it is to Russia. That's why, because like this is straightforwardly America and American weapons manufacturers and the relationship that they have
turned black
with Israel and what Israel is doing to Palestine and Palestinians. People try to cite the fact that the script was written pre-10/7 to say it's not about IP, as though IP began on 10/7. Yes, I know that the script was written before, and maybe it was actually initially implemented to talk about like the Russia-Ukraine situation and how Superman would like save the Ukrainians. But obviously there is plenty.
If I were to go as far as to say, I think that would be worse. Like, this isn't like a slight on Ukraine or whatever, but like Ukraine has US and Western backing. You know what I mean? Like, if like it was actually like an allegory for like Russia, Ukraine. Well, like Russia does have like, you know, nuclear armaments, and they have more resources as like the larger country. It's not like Ukraine is completely defenseless and helpless. They've been fighting successfully, right, against Russia for the past 3 years. So like the underdog story wouldn't hit more or hard in a Russia versus Ukraine conflict. Yeah, it would mean that he was siding with the government rather than opposing their interests because he wants to do what's right. Yeah, Superman would not have gotten yelled at for if he saved Ukraine. Yeah, so like even then, it doesn't make any sense.
Of fill-ins post October 7 that and plenty of scripting that took place post October 7, but it doesn't even matter. Anyone with 2 eyes and an active brain cell that can rub 2 brain cells together will see that either James Gunn or someone in the writer's room straight up wrote it in a way where it is a 1-to-1 analog. It is a 1-to-1 analog. Script writing is hardly a magical event that changes from occurring. Some people don't understand how filmmaking works. Exactly. And you know it's real. You know that a lot of people have seen it because they're coping. A lot of the not the pushing Z chatters like the pro-Russia ones, but the other pushing Z Zionist, Z for Zionism, Andes online have been losing their minds over it. Even if James Gunn came out and told everyone this is not Israel Palestine at all, I don't know where you guys got that, I would not believe him. He could be like, no one ever touched this script, I'm the only person who wrote this is not about Israel Palestine. I would be like, nope, don't even lie to me right now. It's cool, man, we get it. Sure bud. Because Jarampur is just straight up. I know everyone. Some people don't understand how filmmaking works. Exactly. And you know it's real. You know that a lot of people have seen it because they're coping. A lot of the not the pushing Z chatters like the pro-Russia ones, but the other pushing Z Zionist, Z for Zionism, Andes online have been losing their minds over it. Even if James Gunn came out and told everyone this is not Israel Palestine at all, I don't know where you guys got that, I would not believe him. He could be like, no one ever touched this script, I'm the only person who wrote this is not about Israel Palestine. I would be like, nope, don't even lie to me right now. It's cool, man, we get it. Sure bud. Because
that's gonna be the death of me, bro.
Jarampur is just straight up brown. Israel is a white country with a direct weapons manufacturing ties to the United States of America, and the country that they're dominating is not a well-armed country that is fenced in, and it's brown people wearing like garb that you see in the region. They even have like AK-47s. Yeah, Boravia is mentioned as a U.S. ally on numerous occasions. You are out of your...
That like LexCorp or American corporations sell weapons to.
mind. It is crazy. It was the most Israel movie I have ever seen. Okay. Me watching Superman say Israel for 2 hours and 9 minutes. No, literally down to the bot farms. Like there are so many parts about this. Yeah. When in the black side, I was like,
how do people get rushed from all this information? It's cope. Like legitimately, genuinely, it's cope. I think people are coping because they don't want to like reckon with the fact that like Israel is not as popular as it used to be. Right. So there are people who are like liberal Zionists who are like, it's actually Russia. It's actually Russia. Welcome back. Thank you. I think it's complete full on cope mode.
This is crazy. Superman scene that got me when they showed an army of monkeys using computers to spread digital Hasbro to fuel the Baravian invasion of the native land is literally this. It is crazy. The Netanyahu analog even says Baravia. It's not even a Netanyahu analog. I think it's a Ben-Gurion analog for the record. He is not Netanyahu. A lot of people are saying it's Netanyahu, but I think it's Ben-Gurion. This is what David Ben-Gurion looks like. This is what the leader of Baravia looks like. Let me see if I can find him real quick. Hold on. I don't think it's Benjamin Netanyahu. It's a compilation of a lot of different things. But it's definitely Israel. There's a little bit of Russian influence in it, but there's a lot of Russian influence in Israel too. It's not Netanyahu. It's David Ben-Gurion, dude. That's from this is from the movie. Please tell me that this is just chance. 2 hours and 10 minutes of Israel's doing a genocide. Superman needs to save Israel doing a genocide, or rather Superman's inspiration causes other superheroes that otherwise would turn a blind eye to Israel doing a genocide in Gaza, causes them to literally take action that they previously said they would not. And all the while, the American government is angry at Superman for interfering in the affairs of Israel and Palestine. Mm-hmm. Get the out of here. Superman is literally an immigrant that is always trying to do his best, and every single person is like developing tremendous enmity and animosity towards him for being an immigrant.
I think the part that's important about this is that it's not that Hollywood is unaware. And to a certain extent, like Hollywood is like pro-Israel explicitly. And any even slight indication of painting Israel in a bad light is thrown out immediately. Right? And so the fact that even if this was all coincidental, right? The fact that it got as far as to being like, you know, scripted, filmed, edited, and then released in the state that it was is pretty telling at the time. They're just different than they used to be. You know?
That wants to save the planet from harming children, from harming people, where at a certain point, he just straight up says, dude, I just don't want people to die. Lois Lane automatically hits the Hasbro lines because she is a journalist at the end of the day at the Daily Planet, which is like the New York Times. And she straight up is interviewing Superman. And she just
I will say the part that I think is kind of funny that I do want to call out is that like Superman saw Lois Lane say all these things as a member of the journalistic organization that he is a part of. And he went back. He's going to go back to work on Monday, Chatter. He is. He's going to go back to work on Monday. He knows the way that maybe he'll change it from within. He knows the way that the media covers not only his escapades, but also the foreign conflict that he directly went and interfered in, rightfully so. And he's going to go back and write for them on Monday. Yeah, to change it from within. Kal-El, no. Stop. Is this even real? If it's not pretty funny. Superman poisoning American children. Great Nazi claim. Of course. Of course. That darn Superman never changes. They're poisoning the brains of American children to be anti-Israel now. Also, we have the best tweet up right here. It's entirely too long, and I'm not reading all of that. I'm gonna be real. I'm not reading all that. Free Palestine.
It's railing into him, and I literally wrote it down in my notes. I was like, Lois Lane, of course she's doing
Lois Lane. I think the point of this character, he's trying to change Lois's outlook. Baby
Osborough. It was so crazy. The entire Luthor core is Andoril and Palantir combined. Lex Luthor is literally a Palantir style figure. And yes, he has like silly ambitions, like his moral compass is
he's so stupid, right? And not he's stupid, he's so petty. Lex is so petty. You're telling me within 3 years okay. No, I can't say that. It's a spoiler. It's a spoiler. But like, bro solved all of his problems. I'll just say that. Bro solved all of his problems, and he was like, nope, I still need to go and get this man out of here. He's so petty. So a song clip is a massive spoiler bomb? Not really. It doesn't spoil the intricacies of the movie. It just talks about like the underlying politics of it. But I won't spoil it. But just know, it's like being a billionaire, but like still getting mad at somebody like pickpocketed you for $10, you know? And then chasing that guy down and throwing him in jail. That's what it's like. If I can explain to you how Lex Luthor moves during this entire film. Bro made like $30 billion. He gets pickpocketed for $10 and he's like, I need to kill that person. Like, dog, your ambitions are over. You won. If you just stopped and just chilled and just relaxed for a second, you could just play the long game for a little bit and you'll be fine. What are we talking about? He's such a hater, bro.
His moral compass is like guided by envy or whatever, but that's just like the silly comic book hero version of it. But it's very obvious that there is like
honestly,
what he says,
they wish they were that petty. You know what I mean? Like it gets to like 2%. Elon plus Peter Thiel are like 2% of as petty as Lex Luthor is in this film alone.
As the major motivation here is not as important as like what is going on in the movie. He has to still abide by like the personal ambitions of Lex Luthor from the comic books, but the very real the very real analog for Lex Luthor in the real world is straight up a Palantir style, Andoril style group of defense contractors. And what I mean by this is you can see it. You can see it, dude. You see it with the Hawaiian shirts that all the defense contractor engineer nerds wear. Literally. Like, let me see if I can show you. Like, here, look. If you watched it, then you know this motherfucker is everywhere. Lex Luthor's ambitions are damn near identical to the real world analog of like both Palmer Luckey and also the real world analog of like Peter Thiel. And every single one of the scientists in Luthor Corp that are straight up working on, every single engineer that's working on the site is wearing a Hawaiian shirt. This is one thing that I thought about throughout the entire movie. I was thinking, is the real world stranger than fiction at this point? Or is this movie doing the most to try to make it seem like it's the real world? Or are our real world villains in American society basically like comic book villains? And I think it's a little bit of both. I think at this stage, the real world has gotten to a degree of strangeness that that basically feels like we're in this dark comedy, like we are in a comic book. It is not subtle any longer. Also, Ben Shapiro did not like it. So, you know, that's everything you need to know about this. Okay. After having watched the movie, it's so obvious why he didn't like it. Yeah, no shit. You can say soy, oh my God, Hassan, you're reading too much into a comic book or whatever. But whatever gets normies to like get on board, whatever emboldens normies to feel more confident about their opinion, about saying what they feel, saying how they feel is good. How do these sorts of critiques of power get greenlit? I don't know. I guess it's like there's enough plausible deniability baked into the discourse that you can kind of get away with saying it. But yeah, James Gunn is the co-CEO of DC Studios. Yeah, but I'm just genuinely surprised because I didn't know Gunn was like that. I did not realize that James Gunn would be out here doing a straight up 2-hour Israel movie
just calling
where
Bravia, what people are doing.
One of the most
in person, or can I pirate it? Listen, I will never ever in my life support pirating. Excuse me. I love capitalism, and I think capitalism is great and fantastic and amazing and awesome and amazing, and I will never support it ever.
Iconic American superheroes of all time throughout history would straight up beat the doors off of Israel. But it is pretty funny to see like conservative reactions to this. Conservatives, when a movie is about being a good person, judging people based on who they are as a person and not where they come from, and not invading other countries. That's literally what it is. I guess like the environment has gotten so hostile to like any sort of expression of woke that it is basically counterculture once again to have like a super basic plot point of a person who just goes, I'm a good person and I want to do right by others. I don't want children to die. And then conservatives would be like, I hate this. This is the worst message of all time. Speaking of conservatives and the reaction to super woke, let's look at the pro-Israel groups and how they felt about it. Thoughts on the new Superman movie, r/Israel. Have you all seen the new Superman movie? I find it so disrespectful and distressing that a superhero created by 2 Jewish artists is now being used to promote anti-Israeli messages to the world. The entire story of Superman is believed to be based on Jewish history with strong parallels to Moshe. I can't understand how this was greenlit at a time like this with global anti-Semitism on a rise. Without giving too much away about the film, I like that this person...
I love being like, I can't even believe global anti-Semitism is on the rise. They should have let that one dude shoot that child. What are we talking about here? It's literally just an anti-child shooting movie. That's it. The movie is just anti-shooting children. You cannot snipe children. That's it. Sure.
Person is still like worried about spoilers at this point. There is a highly advanced fictional country, an ally of the U.S., that is attacking a defenseless neighboring people who live behind the fence in order to colonize their land. It's like, bro, if you understand that that's what Israel is doing, why are you still defending Israel? If you literally watch the movie and you recognize that it is a direct one-to-one analog to the country that you're supposed to be defending here, that should cause you to pause, take a moment of self-reflection here, and just decide maybe it's indefensible what the country that I want to defend is doing. It's so strange that the initial reaction here is to basically go, this is Israel, and I must defend Israel, the villain of the story. Of course, the invaders are portrayed as white, while the victims are predominantly brown. And of course, if Israel speaks out against the film, it would be seen as, well, if the shoe fits. Pro-pallies will literally take any movie or anything else from a pop culture right now and make it about whatever message they're trying to promote. Andor is just one such example of this. I wouldn't take it to heart.
Andor is good. Man, we were kind of eating for anti-capitalist, bad people messaging in movies and stuff.
They'll do this with Fantastic Four as well. Just you wait. I've seen them do it for
I hope.
Godzilla.
Oh, I hope Fantastic Four comes out with like anti-Israel messaging, bro. Don't get my hopes up. I'm going to see it anyway. Don't get my hopes up, please. Brett, what's up? You have a 19-month resubscription. I am back. For now. That'd be so funny. Yeah, I keep getting spoilers by Galactus is Israel. I mean, maybe. We don't know. I keep getting spoiled by that stupid movie. Not even by other people, but from freaking Marvel themselves. Marvel will produce like a promo video being like, oh, why is Galactus here? Oh, Galactus is here for this reason. You know, we speculated that. I could have just seen the movie to find out, you know? Like, they're giving away like half the movie in all the promotional material. I at least avoided all of the important stuff for Superman.
So anything can be corrupted to suit the pro-pally message. I don't need to see that shit. If I want to see a Superman, I just go to reserve duty with actual superheroes and fight Hamas. You are Hamas. Pro-Pali. You are pro-Palestine. There is no P. There is no P in the Arabic language. I really wasn't expecting much and chalked it up to hype or a liberal application of the Israel analogy to any imperialist expansion war, but the movie quite clearly recreates visuals from the 2018 Gaza border protests. Superman is anti-Zionist and leaves no room for doubt. Yeah. Here's a Letterboxd review. Yeah, holy shit, this rips. As a noted modern CBM hater, I genuinely think this is the best one. It has such a unique visual identity that I absolutely love. That's the other thing. The color schemes, like the characters, the color schemes, all of that is deliberate. It pops. It's visually stimulating. It's fun. It's kind of cheesy, exactly in the way that a comic book is supposed to be. It is an incredibly faithful comic book adaptation in a way that it's supposed to be. It doesn't try to do gritty realism. It doesn't try to do any of that like post-Christopher Nolan, Dark Knight style, like Zack Snyder style, like DC shit at all. It's just straight up fun, and it's just straight up popping, and it's campy. Like there are times when it's campy because you can tell when you look at Lex Luthor's crew, every single person in Lex Luthor's crew is a goon. They're henchmen. They're straight up comic book henchmen. They're not trying to be cool. They're not trying to modernize it in a way. And the movie itself actually like exists in this unique universe where like there are certainly moments where like there's modern stuff, there's smartphones and shit, but it's also kind of like not modern, if that makes sense, like the outfits and whatnot. And I think like it just exists in like this unique universe. A comic book universe, a surreal comic book universe. It's both retro and modern at the same time. I thought this was a really good take about why it's so much more vibrant compared to Nolan and Snyder's. Oh, I seen this. Yeah, current political climate and economic dread creates a space needed for bright and whimsical media. Yeah, seriously, what they were doing in the 2010s. So glad colors are back in.
Yeah, that we're gonna look back at this period of history and be like, man, these kind of sucked. Not gonna lie. Yeah, I think we'll call it here for Hassan's review of Superman. It is pretty anti-Israel. It's pretty funny. I like the Fantastic Four outfits. I don't like the white collar. I wish the white collar was only on Reed Richards and they all have blue collars. That's my take. That's my hot take on the Fantastic Four outfits. I want like they should all have blue collar and he should have white collar. That's it. But yeah. That's the Superman stuff. Don't think that's a hot take. Hot take. Let's slightly refocus on to a brief look at this tweet. About
Jeffrey
Donald Trump in the Epstein case. I know CoffeeZilla has been covering it. Here, I wonder if there's a Phil DeFranco video on it.
Trump appears to have accidentally exposed himself in his Epstein panic as his MAGA civil war.
Trump exposing himself? That's kind of on brand.
Gets worse and worse. Why Obama is now slamming Democrats. How Alligator Alcatraz may actually be worse than expected after tours were allowed. And this Superman Israel controversy and box office situation has revealed a lot. We're talking about
it's not a controversy, bro. I don't know who's scripting Phil DeFranco's videos, but
all that and much more on today's brand new Philip.
It's not a controversy.
Franco's show, you daily dive into the news, starting with this. MAGA is now refusing to just forget Epstein like Donald Trump wants, and Trump, I mean, he's going ballistic that the monster that he created is turning on him. Because for years, Trump, his family members, and his allies, they've used the Epstein files as a dog whistle to rile up their base, repeatedly claiming that there was a client list, calling for it to be released, and just generally spreading conspiracy theories. But now, the same top officials who promised MAGA all these juicy details and the truth, they're saying there's nothing there. And Trump, he's all, Epstein? Epstein who? That Epstein. Y'all are still talking about that random creep, huh? I, Donald J. Trump, have absolutely no clue why there would be any reason for all of these people to still be talking about this after we spent years telling you to fixate on it. But as it turns out, MAGA, who, they're a little more flexible on a number of things, they have not been willing to just let this go. Since we talked about this last week, the whole thing, it's just gone completely off the rails and it's turned into a full MAGA revolt. And as we've seen the MAGA base engaging in this civil war against each other, we've also seen key voices that helped get Donald Trump elected turning on him. You've got guys.
Spoiler, okay. Perfect little preamble to the Andrew Schultz thing, which is this.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? We have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep?
So we're stupid. Yeah. we're the fucking idiots, guys. That is, I think, what is enraging people right now is it's insulting our intelligence. Like, obviously the intelligence community is trying to...
What intelligence? You voted for Donald Trump. It's insulting the intelligence you thought you had. Come on, dude.
Cover it up. Obviously, the Trump administration is trying to cover up. Something changed because they ran on this idea of exposing it all.
No, nothing changed. You're just stupid. Nothing changed. Did you ever believe? Not did you. I know you did. Why did you ever believe Donald Trump, with his close association and ties with Jeffrey Epstein, would ever release the Epstein files? Why would you believe anybody in government would release the Epstein files? It would implicate all of them. Like, I hate the fell for it again award thing, but like, congratulations. You fell for it again. You're dumb.
These guys had great ideas. Cockeyed Cash, Dan
Bongino. He had clips, dog. He had bars.
He was ready to tear it all down. He was ready to tear down the entire FBI office.
Shut down the Hoover building day one.
Day one.
That bitch still standing.
And then he goes on Joe Rogan and he's like, listen, do you think if I had it, I wouldn't share it with you?
I do.
Trump's the president when Epstein died.
I do believe that.
We don't listen. We don't know. We have no idea how Jeffrey Epstein crossed this mortal plane and ended up in hell. All we know that it did happen during his administration. That's what I can say. That is what I can say.
100%, especially when you're staring at me like this, telling me that. Once you protect pedophiles, you are the most cockeyed person in the entire world.
So one of two things, in my mind, is it possible. One, you're covering it up. Or two, nothing really happened and you exploited the rape of thousands of children to get your man elected. So which one do you want here?
Right, and so the part that I think is interesting is not this video itself. It's this take from a leftist saying, look, I understand the urge to dunk on guys like this. Trust me, I really do. But it's critical that people like this feel like they can admit a mistake and recant their support for Trump without feeling cornered. And honestly, shout out to people who are calling him out. Anthony Fantano, Cody Johnson, right? I hate that we have to treat stupid men like babies in order to get them to come to grips with anything. His mistake was being vibes-based and believing a compulsive liar. He's not a random voter. If the New York Times is out there calling you America's foremost political journalist, you can be told you don't know anything when you can demonstrate that willingly. You don't know anything. Yeah. Like, this is why I don't like the whole like blanket shareability conversation. Right? Because it is all the time extended to people like Andrew Schultz and not like, marginalized people as a whole. But like, if this was like your neighbor, of course, talk to your neighbor. If your neighbor had a Trump sign out every single day for the past 8 years, essentially, 6, 7 years, and you come out one day and it's sprayed on top of the sign, never mind, he's a pedophile or whatever, then yeah, talk to your neighbor. Right? Convince your neighbor that Trump is a stupid person and is a compulsive liar and took advantage of their meaningful fear of distrust in the government in order to get elected. Convert that person. But why do we always have to start at the top with Andrew Schultz, somebody with millions of followers? We have to treat Andrew Schultz with baby gloves so that maybe he will change his mind, because if you're just a little bit too mean to him, he'll be like, oh, you're too meanie bobini to me, and then I'm going to go back to the right? Like, come on. Come on. Same thing happened with Ethan Klein. Like, you're treating Ethan Klein with such baby gloves, even though he has a large enough audience that if he stood by it, Joe Rogan, right? If they actually wanted to change, they would have to deal with a little bit of heat, right? They would be forged in the fire. So when they come out the other side, they would actually stand for their convictions. But if you don't actually force them to reckon with what they've done or the position that they held, then when it comes time for their what's it called? You know, their adherence to leftist principles or left-wing principles are tested, they'll just fall back to the right anyway. Like, what are we doing? It's so frustrating.
Guys like Andrew Schultz, who had Trump on his podcast before the election, uploading an episode of his Flagrant podcast, literally titled Why Trump is Covering for Epstein and How Diddy Got Off. Schultz absolutely tearing into Trump after playing the clip from the press conference last week where the president acted all surprised that people were still talking about Epstein and told them to just forget about it.
That is, like, in all seriousness, that is, I think, what is enraging people right now is it's insulting our intelligence. Like, obviously the intelligence community is trying to cover it up. Obviously the Trump administration is trying to cover up. Something changed because they ran on this idea of exposing it all. All these guys had great ideas. Cockeyed Cash, Dan Bongino.
He had clips, dog. He had bars.
He was ready to tear it all down. He was ready to tear down the entire FBI office.
Shut down the Hoover building day one.
Like, if you believe that, which I don't think they did, genuinely, I think that, you know, Miss Brenda, who lived across the street from you on Social Security, I think she actually did believe him. I don't think Andrew Schultz believed them. I don't think Andrew Schultz cared. Right? It's of no consequence to him whether or not there are pedophiles in the government. Right? Republicans just unilaterally voted against recent lists, except for one, I guess. How did the Democrats vote? Were people calling Andrew Schultz a journalist? Some were. Yeah.
Day one.
Them bitch still standing.
And then he goes on Joe Rogan and he's like, listen, do you think if I had
I'm about to say that is a layup. If they fumbled that layup, I had no words for them. Open person, thank you for the 10 gifted. What's up? Welcome back. Hello. Talking about Andrew Schultz being stupid.
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
I do believe that 100%.
You know, it wasn't just him on the...
He goes on Joe Rogan and he's like, listen, do you think if I had it, I wouldn't share it with you?
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
I do believe that 100%.
You know, it wasn't just him on the podcast saying this.
Now they're saying nothing happened. So one of two things in my mind is possible. One, you're covering it up. Or two, nothing really happened and you exploited the rape of thousands of children to get your man elected. So which one do you want here?
Right, and then you had Schultz later.
Like, they don't care. Genuinely, they do not care. They don't care. They don't care about this, right? They know, they see the tide shifting against Trump by being like, oh, we're gonna call out Trump's unwillingness to cooperate on the Epstein case to bolster their audience. Yo, oh, press for the 10 more gifted subs. Did we hit 2K again? I'm not counting. Oh, we hit 1.9. Close it up. Much appreciated. Almost 2K, almost there. Cinemark. Wait, AMC greater than Cinemark? Really? This is Cinemark by in California. There's a few cinemas in California.
Going on to take aim at Trump more broadly, accusing the president of failing to fulfill the campaign promises that he and many others voted on.
I believe when Trump, everything he campaigned on, I believe he wanted to do. And now he's doing.
Oh my goodness, he's so stupid. He's so stupid, bro. Oh, I believe Trump wanted to do everything he campaigned on. I did. I believed him. I believed him. Fell for it again award. Congratulations. You fell for it again. How does he believe this? Because he's a moron. Or he's catering and coping and pandering to a right-wing audience. Either he's lying about believing Trump and he just, is doing it to pander to a right-wing audience, or he's pretending and pretending like he's stupid, or he's actually stupid.
Doing the exact opposite thing of every single.
No.
He's doing the exact opposite of everything I voted for.
Yeah.
I want him to stop the wars. He's funding them. I want him to shrink spending, reduce the budget. He's increasing it. It's like everything that he said he's going to do, except sending immigrants back. And now he's even flip-flopped on that.
And that's just one example, and it's not like Schultz is die-hard MAGA, though he does represent an important base, people that were swayed in this most recent election to go to Trump's side. On that note, you even had Joe Rogan chiming in, kind of making fun of Trump. And again, while that matters, these are guys with huge shows. Joe Rogan has the biggest podcast in the world. The bulk of the criticism, and I think the most eye-opening, that has actually come from pretty hardcore MAGA Republicans, both online and this weekend at the Student Action Summit conference hosted by Charlie Kirk's right-wing group Turning Point USA, or with the whole Epstein situation being a major focal point for many of Trump's most.
Oh, did you see what Charlie Kirk also had to say? Being like, yeah, guys, I'm not talking about Epstein anymore. I've talked about it enough. Please leave me alone. Well, what happened to that? I thought the Democrats were all pedophile pizza lovers. And you're going to just give that up? You're going to let the pedophile pizza loving Democrats get away with it, Charlie? Really? Interesting.
Honestly, I'm done talking about Epstein for the time being. I'm going to trust my friends in the administration. I'm going to trust my friends in the government to do what needs to be done, solve it, balls in their hands. I've said plenty this last weekend. So if you guys want to see my commentary on it.
He said balls in their hands.
Balls in their hands. I've said plenty this last weekend. So if you guys want to see my commentary on it, that's fine. Honestly, I'm done talking about Epstein.
Bro said, I'm just going to trust the government. Bro said, I'm just going to trust the government. Yeah, okay. Okay. Cool. Let's pour water here. Let's watch this.
And during that summit, you saw things like audience members erupting into boos over the administration's handling of the case.
How many of you are satisfied? You can clap. Satisfied with the results of the Epstein investigation? Clap.
With many speakers even slamming the Trump administration's handling of the case and saying that the president needs to pay attention to what the base wants. One of the most viral moments from the conference, it was this clip of Kirk talking to an audience full of Trump supporters.
Can we pan to the audience? I'm curious. How many of you raise your hand think this is a big deal, the Epstein thing? Would you raise your hand? So, every hand has gone up.
And that, as you had moments like Tucker Carlson bringing it up repeatedly in a lengthy speech that he gave, as well as throughout various other interviews and conversations throughout the event.
And I think that's really at the heart of why the Epstein thing is so distressing. The guy was some weird sex freak who was abusing girls. We knew that. But the fact that the US government, the one that I voted for, refused to take my question seriously and instead said, case closed, shut up, conspiracy theorist, was too much for me. And I don't think the rest of us should be satisfied with that. What is it about Jeffrey Epstein that's so infuriating to people, so infuriating that it's actually causing seismic political problems? And I hope that they'll address it and it'll get better. I really do. But what is it? I'll tell you what it is. It's the frustration of normal people watching a certain class of people get away with everything every single time. That's what it is.
And that last point is one that we've seen many others making, this idea that so many people in MAGA, they view the Epstein case as central to exposing the deep state. Right? I mean, as you had one expert explaining, the Epstein narrative is a key element of MAGA's criticism of the, quote, ruling class, and has basically become a linchpin conspiracy that forms the basis of so many other MAGA beliefs about the deep state. Right? So by pulling that one foundational Jenga piece, Trump's essentially threatening to topple a whole tower of beliefs that he also spent years stoking to get himself reelected. Right? And that in part is why this is such a big deal to the base. It isn't just about Epstein. By gaslighting his base about the whole situation, Trump is functionally undermining their entire system of beliefs, with some supporters even accusing the president of becoming the deep state himself, despite the fact that they voted for him because he vowed to fight the deep state. Right? And that, including by releasing key parts of the Epstein case. And now you've got some of the biggest voices within the base saying this is enough to cause an existential crisis that could cost Republicans future elections. Right? I mean, you had Steve Bannon, another huge Trump ally, bringing up Epstein repeatedly throughout the Turning Point USA event, with him even explicitly saying at one point that this situation is deeper than Epstein, and adding,
it's not about just a pedophile ring and all that. This is about who governs us, right? And that's why it's not going to go away. For this to go away, you're going to lose 10% of the MAGA movement. If we lose 10% of the MAGA movement right now, we're going to lose 40 seats in 26. We're going to lose the president. You don't even have to steal it.
Right, and he's not alone. You also had Megyn Kelly saying the same thing in a conversation with Kirk.
Like, this could actually cost Trump in the midterms. We need to make a smart choice right now. We can't lose any of the MAGA base.
And notably with that, you had her and many others repeatedly slamming Attorney General Pam Bondi throughout the event. Though as far as Kirk himself, he's now saying,
honestly, I'm done talking about Epstein for the time being. I'm going to trust my friends in the administration. I'm going to trust my friends in the government to do what needs to be done, solve it, balls in their hands. I've said plenty this last weekend. So if you guys want to see my commentary on it, that's fine.
And actually, regarding Kirk's friends and the government, the whole situation, it appears to be causing major rifts within the Trump administration itself. Right? Because you had several outlets reporting over the weekend that Deputy FBI Director Dan Bongino is actually considering leaving his post after clashing with Bondi over her handling of the files. With one source even telling NBC, Bongino is out of control furious. This destroyed his career. He's threatening to quit and torch Pam unless she's fired. Though very notably there, you had Trump pushing back on that. When he was asked by reporters yesterday if Bongino was still serving in his administration, the president responded, I think so, claiming he had spoken with him that day and adding, no, I think he's in good shape. With Trump also then making a very long and rambling post on Truth Social where he defended Bondi and rebuked his own base, writing, what's going on with my boys and in some cases gals? They're all going after Attorney General Pam Bondi, who is doing a fantastic job. We're on one team, MAGA, and I don't like what's happening. We have a perfect administration, the talk of the world, and selfish people are trying to hurt it all over a guy who never dies, Jeffrey Epstein. With him then wildly going on to claim that the Epstein files were actually written by many of his various perceived political opponents, including President Obama, Hillary Clinton, and quote, the losers and criminals of the Biden administration. And then adding, now my so-called friends are playing right into their hands. With Trump then claiming that if there was actually anything that would implicate him in the Epstein files, Democrats would have already released them. Right? And then Trump went on to make false claims about the 2020 election being stolen, arguing that the DOJ needs to be spending its resources investigating that matter instead of looking into the Epstein files, and then instructing his supporters to quote, not waste time and energy on Jeffrey Epstein, somebody that nobody cares about. A post that actually resulted in Trump getting ratioed on his own social media platform, with many of the responses being, what are you talking about? Why are you gaslighting us? We care about this. With many also questioning how Trump's team can say there is no Epstein list, but then also at the same time, that thing that doesn't exist was written by Hillary Clinton, Obama, and Biden's people. And overall, it just really seemed to inflame his base even more, with it really seeming to split his base among those who see Trump as an infallible God king, there's always an explanation, and others who just genuinely took him at his word, that they saw him as this tool to right wrongs. Now, many feel deceived and especially hurt because it is a situation that involves minors getting hurt. And then on top of that, we're also now seeing some Democrats trying—
I'm warming up my food, chat. Wasn't Jeff arrested under Trump? Jeffrey was murdered under Trump. I mean, Jeffrey committed unalive under Trump, actually. Well, yeah.
The boys are liars.
He's telling lies. Say your goodbyes.
You're not looking at me, boy.
You're like Jennifer Aniston from Charlie Kirk's new look, chin implant, brow bone implant, TRT causing the hair loss. I don't know if I read her trans women misfiring or what. I mean, maybe. Preston is thinking for the raid. Much appreciated. Welcome in, Raiders. We're talking about Jeffrey Epstein. Also, Kaya, thank you for the tier 1, by the way. Much appreciated.
Trying to capitalize on the situation. For example, Democratic leaders in the House launching an effort to force the chamber to vote on releasing the files. The one that's...
Well, what are these weird things on YouTube chat? Top fans? What does that mean? I don't even know.
Generally seen as a long shot, but also
OnlyFans, no. You try to lie, you get points. Oh.
Flow just
two is
subscribed.
given many Democrats a talking point going into the.
I will say, like, is YouTube chat? I guess YouTube chat is just a better watching experience. I have a lot of viewers on YouTube chat, honestly, and I've been having quite a lot of viewers recently. Thank you for the 6-month subscription. How many? Like 100. I've been hovering around like 60 to 80 to 100. It's pretty solid. Mobile app is better than Twitch mobile. Yeah.
Midterms. With, for example, Senator Ossoff of Georgia hitting on that this weekend.
President Trump promised to end the wars. He promised to release.
Well, remember when people were saying Ossoff was like presidential material? Oh, I think my food's almost ready. Give me a second.
The Epstein files. Did anyone really think the sexual predator president who used to party with Jeffrey Epstein was going to release the Epstein files?
But for now, we'll have to wait to see if this continues to grow, how the administration continues to handle or fumble the situation. And in the meantime, I'd really love to know your thoughts in those comments down below. But then next up in the news, we should talk about how Obama's advice for Democrats over the weekend is essentially just stop crying like babies and do your damn jobs. With him saying, quote, I think it's going to require a little bit less navel gazing and a little less whining and being in fetal positions, and it's going to require Democrats to just toughen up. Right? And those remarks were apparently delivered at a private fundraising event in New Jersey on Friday, with CNN then obtaining excerpts of the speech and multiple outlets now verifying what he said. But with him really trying to push those who are currently in office to level things up in their efforts to fight Donald Trump and adding, you know, don't tell me you're a Democrat, but you're kind of disappointed right now, so you're not doing anything. Saying, no, now is exactly the time that you get in there and do something. Don't say that you care deeply about free speech and then you're quiet. No, you stand up for free speech when it's hard. What's needed now is courage. But I'm also going on to tell the party to focus on what's going on right now. Right, and that is, there's been a ton of reporting on which Democrats are trying to line themselves.
Did I? Y'all were endorsing Stephen A. Smith. I never endorsed Stephen A. Smith. Okay, I just want to put that out there. He was spitting though a little bit in some instances.
Themselves up for runs in 2028. Tons of people focusing on that. And
wait, what did he say?
Down below. Down below. But then next up in the news, we should talk about how Obama's advice for Democrats over the weekend is essentially just stop crying like babies and do your damn jobs. With him saying, quote, I think it's going to require a little bit less navel gazing and a little less whining and being in fetal positions, and it's going to require Democrats to just toughen up. Right? And those remarks were apparently delivered at a private fundraising event in New Jersey on Friday, with CNN then obtaining.
Where was this energy for when his vice president was like running again, like last year? You know, like if he would have told his Joe Biden that last year, or if he would have, I mean, he's a freaking moderate Democrat. It doesn't even matter.
Excerpts of the speech and multiple
in the last 10 years. I mean, yeah, but like, you know, at that point, we're just rewriting history.
What he said, but with him really trying to push those we're currently in office to level things up in their efforts to fight Donald Trump and adding, you know, don't tell me you're a Democrat, but you're kind of disappointed right now, so you're not doing anything. Saying, no, now is exactly the time that you get in there and do something. Don't say that you care deeply about free speech and then you're quiet. No, you stand up for free speech when it's hard. What's needed now is courage. But I'm also going on to tell the party to focus on what's going on right now. Right, and that is, there's been a ton of reporting on which Democrats are trying to line themselves up for runs in 2028. Tons of people focusing on that and wondering if there's, you know, a rabbit for the left to pull out of their hat at this point. But there, you had Obama cautioning, saying, stop looking for the quick fix. Stop looking for the messiah. You have great candidates running races right now. Support those candidates. With him then reportedly specifically pointing to governor races in the states of New Jersey and Virginia. And all of this is, he's not the only one that's been giving blunt messages to the party right now, right? You also had an interview that Mark Cuban did with the Pod Save America guys yesterday, getting a ton of traction.
We picked the wrong pressure points. It's just Trump sucks. That's the underlying, thought of everything the Democrats do. Trump sucks. That's not the way to win. It's just not.
With Cuban also noting that it's about social strategies and Democrats are just ages behind in that regard. With Mark even saying they should essentially try to copy MrBeast to some degree.
You got to do what MrBeast does. He reverse engineers the algorithms to know what's going to sell best and get the most engagement. Go talk to him, right? That's probably your best, best person to educate you on all of this. But in a world where everybody has their own unique feed, you have to flood the zone. You have to say things that are going to be fed to each individual person in a way that may connect to them.
Right, and that's something that Cuban argued that Trump is actually good at, because he's kind of like a salesperson for himself who just floods the zone and is making sure he's constantly heard.
Doesn't matter if it's true or not. You say it enough times, people will believe it. You get it places where it's going to get coverage enough so that, in this day and age, fills those algorithms. And so you would always see Trump in your algorithm.
And of course, all of this, it's happening as midterms are just around the corner. And so you have many wondering, can Democrats right the ship? Because yes, while there is backlash to Trump's big, beautiful bill, and you have MAGA Republicans going, okay, this Trump Epstein stuff, this feels so off. You can't just rely on bad polling for Trump. Because here's the thing, and we've talked about this, Democrats are incredibly unpopular right now. They have an approval rating of just 27% in Congress. With that, while we wait to see how that plays out, I do want to ask you, where do you think most change is needed? What's the messaging? What's the positioning? What's the move? Because the more of the same strategy while expecting a different outcome seems kind of fucking insane. And then I've got even more news for you in just a second. But first, let me say, am I alone here? Because at this point, my feed is basically just one long fever dream of wellness advice. Right? One reel says drink olive oil like it's pre-workout. The next says bathe in red light like a rotisserie chicken. And somehow cottage cheese is like a full-blown lifestyle now. I like it with pineapple, but I don't know. And honestly, I think it's time that we stop taking medical advice from TikTok and start talking to actual doctors. And personally, I use ZocDoc, today's sponsor, and they're the easiest way to find real in-network healthcare professionals because let's face it, red lights and cottage cheese, they have their place, but health advice is not a one-size-fits-all. And ZocDoc is a free app and website where you can search and compare high-quality in-network doctors and click to instantly book an appointment. ZocDoc has over 100,000 doctors across every specialty, from mental health to dental, primary care to dermatology. You can filter by location, availability, and patient reviews, so you're not showing up to someone's office blindly and just hoping for the best. And most appointments, they happen within 24 to 72 hours. Some are even same day. It is stupid easy, and it makes every other healthcare site feel like a fax machine and a blackout. So, stop putting off that checkup, that weird mole, or mystery ping. Go to ZocDoc.com/Phil or scan that QR code to find and instantly book a top-rated doctor today. That's ZocDoc.com/Phil, ZocDoc.com/Phil. But then, next up today in big entertainment and business news, Superman killed Benjamin Netanyahu. That is part of the discourse you see playing out right now about the new release of James Gunn's Superman. Where I'll start is with the box office returns. Because globally, the movie brought in $217 million, and actually $122 million came from the domestic box office. Sales that made it the third biggest opening weekend of the year, and it marks a strong comeback for DC after a series of letdowns. And notably, this movie saw success despite the conservative backlash we saw that was facing it right before the release. Because director James Gunn had called Superman's story an immigrant story, and that caused Fox News hosts just had to fucking explode. I'm guessing because they didn't understand that Superman wasn't born in the US and in fact hails from a completely different planet. Understandably, you had people wondering, is this backlash going to impact the box office? So far, it doesn't look like it's held the movie back. And in fact, you have places like the New York Times saying that, if anything, the attention from Fox News and elsewhere may have helped. Right? And notably,
Superman. What does Philip DeFranco say about Superman?
/Phil. But then next
Superman
up today,
kills
big
Netanyahu
entertainment
is the section title.
Business news, Superman killed Benjamin Netanyahu. That is part of the discourse you see playing out right now about the new release of James Gunn's Superman. Where I'll start is with the box office returns. Because globally, the movie brought in $217 million, and actually $122 million came from the domestic box office. Sales that made it the third biggest opening weekend of the year, and it marks a strong comeback for DC after a series of letdowns. And notably, this movie saw success despite the conservative backlash we saw that was facing it right before the release. Because director James Gunn had called Superman's story an immigrant story, and that caused Fox News hosts just head to fucking explode. I'm guessing because they didn't understand that Superman wasn't born in the US and in fact hails from a completely different planet. You know, understandably, you had people wondering, is this backlash going to impact the box office? So far, it doesn't look like it's held the movie back, and in fact, you have places like the New York Times saying that, if anything, the attention from Fox News and elsewhere may have helped. Right? And notably, they weren't just pulling that out of their ass. The advanced ticket sale tracking, it showed that the movie potentially was going to open to a lower total. And in fact, it appears that if politics did hold the film back, those issues would potentially have come from other parts of the globe. Or with analyst David A. Gross arguing in his newsletter, this is an outstanding domestic opening. If there's any softness here, it's overseas. And saying Superman has always been identified as a quintessentially American character and story, and in some parts of the world, America is currently not enjoying its greatest popularity. But also noting that the film hasn't opened in all markets yet, and foreign audiences often start slower. So at least the international haul, we could see an uptick there. So ultimately, we're gonna have to wait to see in the weeks and months to come where the box office ends, especially as you have people in the industry and a lot of comic fans comparing this to the Snyder Superman release back in 2013, which technically had a lower opening, and then you have people talking about, well, you have to adjust for inflation, and even with that, it had a bigger international haul. But as you know, that debate is gonna play out. You also had Warner Bros. Execs celebrating the box office success, and James Gunn also writing, "I'm incredibly grateful for your enthusiasm and kind words over the past few days. We've had a lot of Super and Superman."
Is this on Threads, chat? I guess that makes sense.
And over the years, and I'm happy to have made a movie that focuses on the man part of the equation, a kind person always looking out for those in need. That resonates so powerfully with so many people across the world is in itself a hopeful testament to the kindness and quality of human beings. So that then brings us to the other aspect being talked about and debated in the public. Because one of the things that we're seeing is that many have found that the central conflict of the film, they think that it resembles what's happening between Israel and Palestine, with one now viral Letterboxd review calling it, quote, about as far left as a comic book movie could be and very anti-Israel. And while you have some outlets like Vulture saying, quote, while there are events in the film that can be read as parallels to Israel's occupation of Palestine, the movie's geopolitical allusions aren't quite so specific. And noting that James Gunn has denied ties to the situation and saying he wrote it when the Middle Eastern conflict wasn't happening, and adding it really is fictional. But you also have tons of people who have been critical of Israel's actions celebrating this narrative in the film. You know, if you've seen the movie, I definitely would love to know your thoughts about this whole conversation and debate. You know, as far as Superman's release and how it relates to the movie industry, you have many thinking that the success of this movie, it's just overall a good sign. With, for example, the LA Times noting that its success is a key to a planned reboot and refresh of the DC universe. And personally there, I'll say I went to go watch this with my kids over the weekend. We went and watched it in IMAX. I thought it was pretty great. My kids absolutely loved it. It made me really excited about a cohesive...
Do you think it's anti-Israel, Phil? Do you think it's anti-Israel? Just say it. That's what the section's about.
Really lived in DC universe with movies and shows, which, by the way, like, I know this is like the first big movie. Creature Commandos on HBO Max, I think, was the first official launch. It's an animated series. It's really good. So now, especially after the release of this movie and kind of the world.
Creature Commandos. I saw a clip on Twitter about G.I. Robot. He just started murking Nazis. I'm just like, that's my kind of show.
World building you already see in place. I'm excited to see Supergirl, Clayface, and just a bunch more. And so also, you know, there, in addition to the controversies and debate, I'd really also love to know your thoughts if you saw the movie. But then next up today, we need to talk about ICE's detention centers, because
he didn't give his thoughts. He didn't give his thought. Wait, MrBeast.
He tried to copy MrBeast to some degree.
You got to do what MrBeast does. He reverse engineers the algorithms to know what's going to.
I can't stand Mark Cuban, bro.
thoughts if you saw the movie. But then, next up today, we need to talk about ICE's detention centers. Because ICE, they say the conditions are fine, detainees, they say they're starving, and lawmakers say they're being stonewalled. Right, and as far as what we know, that severe lack of food, that's what detainees that are being held at ICE detention centers are claiming in at least 7 states. With then immigration advocates saying that a lot of this can be blamed on just how overcrowded the centers are right now. Because Congress has given ICE enough money to hold 41,500 people, but as of last week, it had over 57,000. And that, as another factor, according to a former ICE official who spoke with NBC News, is that it can be hard to plan how much food will be needed at any given time. Right, and that because there can be huge fluctuations in how many people are at.
You can't, okay. Even if that was to be the case, you can't just be like, well, it's so hard when we put people in this concentration camp to know how many people we're going to send away and how many people we're going to keep here. And for how long? So you can't expect us to feed them all? What do you mean?
At a facility, with people often coming in waves, unlike a normal jail where it's usually a trickle at any given time. And that difference, it makes it extremely difficult to stock the correct amount of food. And then, of course, making matters even worse is that a lot of these facilities are for profit. Right? So they don't have an incentive to overstock on food just in case and lose money. However, there, I need to know that the problem isn't necessarily with a specific company, with advocates claiming that these problems can happen regardless of who's in charge. With, for example, a lawyer with the American Immigration Lawyers Association putting it this way, saying, quote, "We haven't seen any company-specific trends. It just goes to the overall detention system and how overcrowded the detention system is as a whole." And according to some of the people that are being held, there's not only a lack of food, but a severe quality problem. And so, for example, some facilities allegedly give detainees meat that is so finely ground up that it's essentially liquid, and that, quote, "it looks like little small pebbles, and that will be the ounces that they give you." Also, other immigration attorneys say they've received complaints about moldy food or food that's inedible in general. And the overcrowding, it also means less food per person, according to one Russian man who's been held in Louisiana for months, saying the portions got smaller. "I have to deal with hunger, so I am getting used to the hunger, so I have lost weight." Right? And all of this is counter.
What is this world? We asked ICE if they're being lawful. We asked IO if they're doing the genocide. When does mainstream media just ignore Nazis? Never is the answer.
To ICE's own food service standards. Right, ICE, they tell the companies that run its facilities that detainees are supposed to be fed at least 3 meals a day, 2 of which are hot. And that is no more than 14 hours can pass between dinner and breakfast. That said, though, for their part, ICE has denied the allegations, with a spokesperson saying all detainees are provided with proper meals, medical treatment, and have the opportunity to communicate with their family members and lawyers, and claiming meals are certified by dietitians, ensuring the safety, security, and well-being of individuals in our custody is a top priority at ICE. But whatever the reality is, the reports of these conditions, they've led to lawmakers demanding access to the detention centers across the U.S. With the most controversial visit probably being this weekend, when both national and state Democratic lawmakers demanded to inspect the Alligator Alcatraz facility, which, they're usually allowed to do on a whim as it's part of their oversight powers per the Constitution. And while there are some practical limitations, until recently it was understood that if a lawmaker showed up, they were given a tour. However, what people saw is that Democratic lawmakers were initially turned away from Alligator Alcatraz on Friday. And it wasn't until Saturday, after a huge number of them showed up, that they were finally let in. And then, even though they were eventually let in, the fact that they were initially blocked, it caused outrage and led to lawmakers releasing a joint statement that said the DeSantis administration's refusal to let us in wasn't some bureaucratic misstep. It was a deliberate obstruction meant to hide what's really happening behind those gates, and saying there is no statute that permits the governor to overrule the legislature's oversight authority. But then also, as far as what the lawmakers had to say after they were finally able to check out the facility themselves, well, you had U.S. Representative Debbie Wasserman Schultz describing the facility like this, saying, quote, "There are really disturbing, vile conditions, and this place needs to be shut the hell down. This place is a stunt, and they're abusing human beings here." And she went on to say,
"Packed into cages, 3 tiny toilets, a sink attached to it. They essentially drink, they get their drinking water, and they brush their teeth. Where they poop, no privacy."
And generally speaking, the Democrats described the conditions as pretty shit. However, Republicans were also on the tours, and they had a completely different take. With, for example, State Senator Jay Collins claiming that there was no squalor, and added that in general, the place seemed to be functional and appropriate. Right? It's not supposed to be a resort, but it still allegedly had
functional
things like ways to track dietary restrictions and good sanitation systems, with Collins adding, "Would I want that toilet and sink combination at my bathroom at the house? Probably not, but this is a transitional holding facility." But with all of that said,
so they didn't even discount the fact that what she was saying is accurate. She's just saying yeah, but they deserve it though. So yeah, they deserve it. They yeah, I mean that's true. The concentration camp do be concentrated camping, but I think they deserve it, so I think it's totally fine. That's a crazy take.
As is anything actually going to be done to alleviate the alleged issues with these detention centers? Well, the short answer is yes, but it's also unclear how much things will change. Right? In some instances, you have state-run.
We come for prisons too, since they tend to have the literal same thing. Yeah.
Alternatives like Alligator Alcatraz, which, as we've seen, has its own host of issues. And ICE is getting a huge influx of $45 billion until September 2029, thanks to Trump's so-called Big Beautiful Bill. And according to the American Immigration Council, that means that ICE could afford at least 116,000 beds every year. But also, if the Trump administration has its way, that still might not be enough. But then, next up in the news, we should talk about Trump running out of lawyers to defend his administration in court. Right, nearly 2/3 of lawyers in the Justice Department.
Honestly, I don't care about this just because it doesn't matter. This feels a little bit like liberal cope to be like, oh, Trump is running out of lawyers. Isn't that kind of funny? Right? It doesn't. He's getting everything he wants regardless. So I think it's a silly thing to focus on. Like maybe it's not going to be as bad because they're running out of lawyers or whatever. So that's the Andrew Schultz Trump situation. I also saw this. I didn't know what this was about. Asmongold can't stop crying about Hassan.
He thinks he's cooking right now. You know what I mean?
He is.
Yeah, he's just like, yeah.
Is this funny?
Yeah. Based. What is this? Asmongold disputes his number. Hassan's assertion that mainstream news coverage is more important than opinions on subreddits like LSF.
Let's go. Let's go.
Disputes being charitable. He actually doesn't offer any real arguments here. Just really needed people to validate my confusion at this brain dead cartoon play grab being the most watched streamer in the country. What the say? What kind of brilliant? Do you know what LSF is?
What is LSF?
Exactly.
I just love the idea. Like, if he believes it's important, there's no way that it's good for humanity.
I just think it's really funny to go up to, like, you know, anyone. Like, I was gonna say anyone over the age of 30, but like just anyone in general. Like, do you know what LSF is?
Yeah, life from Phil?
Yeah, well, he knows because he's a Hassan Abia. He's in the community.
I know, I remember, but that's like it's just like a giant like cringe subreddit. It's like
yeah.
I just remember it's like a place where like you go to watch mean-spirited videos of people.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
So bad. Like it's a sewer.
It used to be America's Funniest Home Videos, but for streams. Got banned from LSF for saying Zoran's winning was evidence of leftist momentum in America. See, your first problem was going on LSF in the first place. That's your first problem. You know what I mean? I'd be like, oh, I decided to scroll on, you know, H3H3 Productions. Like, why would you do that? You don't need to do that. You save yourself the trouble. I would wish there was good LSF though. The only place I get stream clips is Twitter. People have made their own like stream highlight like clip queue things where people can send clips to. I know I've seen Maya use it. I've seen Cutie use it. But there's no like general. And this is kind of my problem with like those kind of clip queues as well. Like it gets rid of the problem of like the toxicity of LSF. But then you see people only seeing clips of like their of their friends, you know, because their audience are other people going to be sending the clips. And so if you have a viewer of Maya, we'll only send Maya clips that a viewer of Maya would have been seeing, and you're not going to see things from like a niche part of the internet of the streaming community. Right? So I think the death of LSF has done a lot of damage to like small streamers getting notoriety, because sometimes you can be a small streamer with like 50 viewers and an insane thing happens on your stream or in a game you play and you get posted on LSF, and then that like kind of springboards your career by people coming to check you out because they saw you in like a live stream fail post or whatever, right? And that doesn't happen anymore because all LSF posts are just Destiny said this about Hassan, Asmongold said this, TechTone said this, Hassan said this, and that's it. That's the entirety of LSF now. Or just like, you know, LSF dipping its toes into like, oh, this happened at Ludwig's event, or it is all drama. And it's not much about hey, this is a funny fail that happened on a stream. You know, because it used to be like anybody could post something on LSF. Anybody could post something on LSF. It gets a lot of views. People are talking about it positively or negatively. Right? But now because only drama perverts visit the sub, only drama perverts post on the sub, which means if you get posted there, it's almost always negative. Even if you're Asmongold or TechTone or Destiny or right wing, even if you're like a right winger, doesn't matter. The engagement you're gonna get is going to be negative because like people are only on LSF to just hate on things, right? People are only on LSF to be like, I hate this thing or I hate this thing. So I think that the downfall of LSF can be tracked to like why the stream space looks overwhelmingly the way that it does. Right? Because if you're a small streamer, you're not getting any notoriety or attention in the same way that people used to. People from LSF are like the monkeys from Superman, 100%. It's probably what they were based on, honestly. James Gunn probably looked on Reddit and looked up LSF. It was like, that's my inspiration.
I know that much about it, and I didn't know the acronym.
I have a tremendous number of articles that people write about me, and it's awesome and it's great. You know, shouts out the mainstream news. But
I don't think that's a good way to base things.
Why does he do this?
Still one of my favorite fails. Oh. This one was kind of funny.
On YouTube, doing focus on content, I guess, is more successful than doing.
Whoops. That was weird. I meant to copy this one. Whoops. This is when I was actually playing games. I used to be a gamer. Capital G. Capital G, capital aimer.
Securing the mission area is your top priority.
Don't worry, guys. I got it. Oh, no. No. I thought it was a shortcut. Okay, how is that my fault? How is that my fault? I see Portal, I go through Portal. It makes sense to me. All right, guys, I'm on my way. Don't worry. Yeah, your logic was sound. Exactly. Have you played Gene yet? No, I have not played Gene yet. I just got around to playing Ultron. I mean, you're not wrong. Exactly. See, chat, y'all get it. Y'all understand. Let's continue with this.
Weird face. I don't know why. I don't understand it. It's like very weird. Like, why does his face contort like that? Is that his like smug face?
He goes into a mirror and he's like, I need to make myself beautiful.
Yeah, I know people will immediately be like, ad hominem, why are you criticizing the way he looks?
Why are you criticizing it when you're just so beautiful? When you're so
no, but it's like it's not. I'm not even saying he's ugly. I'm just saying that like it's his smug face is so weird to me. It's like
I know that your pretty privilege is not letting you call him ugly. I'm saying it, man.
No. He's beautiful. I love Asmongold. He's beautiful.
See, the thing about Asmongold is that he knows so much.
Yeah, he's very knowledgeable.
He knows so much.
It's kind of like
yeah, I really don't. I mean,
went to
like
college for all of us.
Mainstream media, like I don't know, guys. I really don't know about that one.
To do PR in the internet space because there are a lot of like random content creators who just get all of their information from like Reddit. Yeah. So if you were to just look at Reddit or if you were to look at just like controversy, I feel like the way I'm perceived in this is so funny because it's like he's just on autopilot when he goes, yeah. Like he has to agree with anyone I think that he sees. You know what I mean?
Based.
No matter who it is, he's got to be like, yeah, based. In the sphere of influencers is like dramatically different than the way I'm perceived in the adult politics world. Right?
The adult politics?
Yeah, I was talking about how
this is true. Cause like someone was like naming like the Times 100 most influential streamer list or influencer list. So was Khalil Green. Shout out Khalil Green. And my first thought was like, not my first thought. My second thought was like, did they not see the content nuke? Did the Times Magazine top 100 influencer list not watch the content nuke?
like for my friends out here and just like normal people in the real world, like the way if you were to only experience like my content online, you might and from the lens of like people who on me and stuff like that, from like watching it.
The only streamers who were there were Hassan, Pokey, Speed, and Kai. Which, okay, I like Pokey, right? Most influential in 2025. I hear this clip is over, man. What do you mean? I'm just saying, it's an interesting choice. I thought she quit streaming, to be honest. No, she just streams a lot less. She streams a lot less. It is an interesting choice.
You know, as we go watch it, like you'd be like, this guy's the demon. Like, they hate him. How does he even
also like Cutie? I think in terms of like streaming, like influence outside of the streaming space, Cutie has a lot of influence inside of the large streaming landscape. Even with like Cinna as well, right? The other people are like, if you think about Kai and Speed, they have notoriety that it exceeds, right, the streaming landscape. Right? If it was a top streamer list, you would be correct, right? Even Hassan is a stretch. In my opinion, Hassan is a stretch for that position, right? But Hassan has a lot of mainstream influence, right? So like I can see why he's there. Hassan transitions past just streaming, and it becomes you know, like a mainstream influence. I think Sinner and Maya for sure. I think you're wrong. I think maybe Maya, right? But Ray should be there, I think you're wrong too. If you ask normal people, because I don't know if y'all don't talk to people outside of the Twitch landscape, right? Like here we know Maya, here we know Cinna, of course, right? I don't know if y'all talk to people who don't know the streaming landscape. They're not gonna know who Valkyrie is. They're not gonna know who Maya is. They're not gonna know who Cinna is. There's a chance they know who Hassan is because Hassan appears on mainstream outlets, right? And they probably know who Kai is because Kai is like hosting or is like speaking at the BET Awards, right? You know? And Speed is like has international influence. Like that's a different story. But yeah, like normies may have heard the name Pokimane. But yeah, I think I know of Pokimane somewhat. Right? But I think y'all are overestimating how Raisman and mainstream projects, but I agree with you. Not in the degree that of the other people we're talking about. You know? That's kind of the point. If it was only name recognition, then why isn't Ninja there? That's because Ninja doesn't have the same recognition he used to have. Right? Ninja had influence before. But for the last 4 years, since he went to Mixer, basically, he's been falling off a cliff. You're not gonna see like Ninja hosted the Times Square dance party thing or whatever. He was flossing, not seeing enough movement or whatever, like 3 years ago, and that's kind of the peak and pinnacle of Ninja's notoriety. You know, does he even stream anymore? No, Ninja does stream. That was 3 years ago. Yeah, it was like 2021. So it might have been 4 years ago. He was streaming yesterday. Yeah. Hassan broke through with his Ice Detainment. Not even. I think Hassan broke through before that. Hassan was getting profiles in like mainstream media before that was happening. Hassan broke through with the election. Right? When everybody was talking about like the role of the online space in the election, it was like right-winger, Nazi, right-winger, white supremacist, Nazi, Hassan. You know what I mean? Nazi. He was the only voice on that entire list. And that's where they did that 7 years ago. Okay, don't tell me that. I feel old. going to Mixer was a major mistake. For his influence, I agree with you, but he got a bag. He got like freaking, it was like millions of dollars. Millions of dollars. Yeah, I did see this as well, which is this is a good idea. Find Iceland to be trained by one of the greatest to ever do it. It's like Cinna's on her way. I don't think Cinna's there yet, right? But Cinna is on her way to like establishing true legacy in the streaming landscape by doing this or doing things like this. This is one thing I respect about Cinna is that unlike other people in like the Pogger space, Cinna did not like get comfortable where she was and was like, I'm fine here. We're gonna stay here and we're gonna stay in my little bubble or whatever. Because that's what happened with the Pogger space. Cinna's like, I'm gonna go to this place. I'm gonna collab with this person. I'm gonna go to this place. I'm gonna collab with this person. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. Right? Cinna still knew I expect great things from her. Yeah. And so I can definitely see Cinna on that list within like the next 2 years. Right? Have you covered Neon on the Breakfast Club yet? I'm sorry, what? What? Why is Neon going on the Breakfast Club? His views are botted! I'm sorry. Let me not. Like, does Neon have a like actual established like base of support and audience? Bot your views? This is what freaking Ray J was talking about. It's basically fake it till you make it, right? If you bot having 10,000 viewers, you basically get treated like you have 10,000 viewers. You know? This thing has 10,000 views and 500 likes. Are you serious?
Wake that ass up.
Are you serious? Wait, Neon's getting pressure cooked? Why is...
In that moment, you didn't realize, like, okay, I should get away from the trolling. Like, what was the last straw of I'm done with the crazy trolling?
You know, like I said before, I don't remember what clicked in my head, but something definitely clicked in my head to realize that that's not like the path I want to go on.
The rehabilitation of Neon's image is legitimately insane. It's so insane, bro. And don't even get me started with like Speed Kai on stream with Aiden. I don't even know whose stream that was, but I saw a picture of it. I saw a video of it. Like, did he fulfill the 3 tenets of racism though? No, it's the 3 tenets of something. I don't remember what it is. Not racism. It's apology, accountability, and a genuine change in his character or something like that. I don't remember. Somebody has a clip. You can take a look at it. But actually, no, I have the clip actually. But there's also this one, which I have as well. Scroll. Hmm. I'm trying to find it. I'm trying to find it. I thought I saved it more recently, but maybe I didn't. Anyway, let's just play this while I wait.
Let me check here real quick. This like got 18,000 likes of completely defaming my name, of completely slandering me. Which, to be honest, is kind of hilarious. Yeah, guys, this is the new thing that I have to overcome. People calling me for no reason whatsoever.
I wasn't, but I do want that clip. I was looking for the Dean clip about his. I've actually changed because I fulfilled the 3 pillars of accountability: apology and genuine change in my character. That clip. Did you always talk like that? Yes.
Whatsoever. Let's look at the comments. Let's look at his follow-ups. Which is, he deleted the reply. Yeah, he did. Another one is, I knew this would be a banger. Probably more like the brony of rape. He's just trying to be like his dad. I was going to say Bronny, but it's funnier to just say LeBron. Yeah, so this guy knows it's not true. He intentionally slandered me. And yeah, MrBeast did.
That's not what he said. He did not say, I know this isn't true and I'm slandering TechTone. He said, right. He said probably the Bronny of, of rape. As in like, because he's saying your father was also, he's saying your father is the LeBron. He didn't say like, I'm lying about you, TechTone or whatever.
Probably more like the brony of rape. He's just trying to be like his dad.
He called it brony. It's kind of funny.
I was going to say Bronny, but it's funnier to just say LeBron. Yeah, so this guy knows it's not true. He intentionally slandered me.
Like, TechTone is literally saying, this guy knows it's not true. He knows that I'm the Bronny of rape, not the LeBron. How dare he? What are we talking about here?
MrBeast did delete his reply. And a lot of people want me to be upset at MrBeast for deleting his reply. No, I don't care at all. Yeah, I think it's absolutely fine. I don't really know MrBeast. We played one game of chess back at Pog Champs 4. But yeah, I mean, if he doesn't want to coordinate with me for this event, that's totally cool with me. I never blame anybody for not wanting to do stuff with me, especially if I don't know them at a personal level. I don't really care. We have no rapport. I don't really want to be shocked by any of this shit. You know what I mean? But yeah, for anybody who's expecting me to crash on MrBeast, no, I think it's absolutely completely fair that he deleted his reply. I honestly think it's probably a good idea. I was never expecting a reply to begin with. Does this mean I'm going to be angry at him? No. And to be honest, I'm still going to help out with Team Water in any way that I possibly can. I'm not going to be like, I'll just still help. There's also a thing that's like this massive thing where a bunch of creators are going to like meet up and do an event together. It's not even like that. It's just a bunch of creators doing different videos and then posting them all at the same time to just kind of get into trending, and MrBeast's going to promote those videos. I don't really need promotion to do a good deed. I'll just do it anyways. I don't really care. I don't really need the extra clout for just doing what I think is best for the world. But I do really think it is very comical where we've gotten to the point, even more so, like we've been dealing with this for 6.5 years, where you can just go on social media, lie, attempt to defame me. Well, actually, not even attempt, defame me and slander me, and get hundreds of thousands of views and likes. It's actually a very cool cheat code. It is. It really is that simple. You say TechTone bad on the internet, oh man.
Bro, the irony of this is so funny. The idea that TechTone would do anything good for the world is laughable. I was going to make a joke. But I know better. 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 Do it? Nah, I know better. I know better. It would have been funny though. Let's go back to this.
Walk outside. Like they probably would shoot him in the face if they had the opportunity to. And it's like if that expectation does not match reality. You know what I mean? When I go outside and how I'm perceived by like normal people in this space. Why did you mock a small business owner during the LA protest? What is that, the new meta? I don't even remember what this is.
Hassan mocked a small business owner during the LA protest. What is that referring What is that referring to? The jewelry store owner? What jewelry store owner? The transphobic jewelry store owner guy? I haven't seen it. I don't know. I don't know.
What?
I have no idea.
What is this guy even saying?
A small business owner.
Yeah. Also, I love the identity politics of a small business owner. The protected class of small business owners.
Yeah, small business owners.
Like, what happened? Is there like a new viral tweet of being like Hassan hates small business or something?
It's the new Ethan meta. He's going at your opposition
Maybe.
to small business.
They might be live crafting the new spin. I haven't heard that one yet. Yeah, I don't even know. I don't know what it is.
Like, what do you mean by that? Also, didn't you get kicked out of the DNC? He got kicked out of the DNC. Like, Bernie will still not sit down to do a 1-hour interview with you. Like,
what? I'm so confused.
Wait, what?
What?
Why does it? Oh, because he first said Bernie won't do more than 10 minutes with you. You're not a serious journalist. And I was like, Theo Vaughn did like a 3-hour interview with Bernie. Like, what is that? Does that mean he's a serious journalist? But I was like, oh, but I had actually interviewed Bernie.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
For an extended period of time. I think it was like 45-minute interview before I did the sit down thing with him. So now he's like up the end. He's like, you got to do an hour with Bernie. So next time I do an hour with Bernie, he's gonna be like, you got to do 2 hours with
His
Bernie.
skill is just goalpost moving.
Yeah.
Like, it's like that video when he's like when he's ragging on you in that video of the protest where he's like, oh, I bet Hassan isn't even there because he's a baby.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, Hassan's there? They should arrest him.
Yeah, he's
Like,
gonna slowly up the ante. An hour and 10 minutes. That's when you know.
Bernie won't live with Hassan.
Yeah.
Bernie won't.
Also, why is like the Bernie Sanders the metric for who is like considered a real serious reporter? Yeah, I love this.
I don't know about this, guys. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Right? He knows so much about everything you do because he follows the Hassan Stalker accounts. Like, that clip isn't even interesting, yet he chooses to watch it. Yeah, I don't even understand what's going on here. Like, how did he arrive at this clip? This is like from the first like 5 minutes of my stream. There's not even like 20,000.
I'm kind of confused just about what is Asmongold's take? Just that, like, you're not a serious media person, but also serious media people's thoughts don't matter. I don't even know. Also, Asmon's not even interesting. It feels like he doesn't even care about this. Like, does Asmon really care about like whether or not Hassan has or is taken seriously by Bernie? Like,
1,000 people in here at that point. Like,
stalker accounts.
Someone literally was just like, I guess, clipping it. Yeah, braced. It almost feels like like these are two alternative realities. Now, obviously, for my audience, yeah, they are. It's like mainstream news is way. I love his smug face. Okay, I'm back in.
He hits pause. Yeah, they are on pause. Like, it's such a
no. I think like his smug face is awesome. Like, he thinks he's cooking right now. You know what I mean?
He is.
Yeah, he's just like based. There is an alternative reality. It's one where I live in, where everybody loves the fact that I don't take a shower. It's like, bro, you are a biohazard in the real world. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, the next title is Resident Evil Asmongold.
Yeah. Important, but it does.
Why?
It does annoy me sometimes when I have like this this notion.
Yeah.
Did he see these already? Oh, I haven't seen these yet. This idea of like how I'm perceived by adults who in the political world versus how I'm perceived by like my immediate fucking peers in the Twitch sphere that only look at like only associate my content with like drama that other people are trying to constantly create around me is annoying. And I'm
sure it sucks. I mean, can you imagine what it would be like if you just had people on the internet that would just make stuff up about you with no basis and just put it out there and just say random shit with no evidence?
Oh. That's what okay, that makes a lot more sense. I was just thinking like, why is Asmon so stuck on this specific thing about Hassan? he still's mad at Hassan because he thinks Hassan said that he like murdered his mother or whatever. Right? Is that what he's mad at?
Wait, that's so crazy because like I think he literally has been abusing. He's been spamming like AI thumbnails recently too, and like he makes it. I saw like one thumbnail that popped up on my.
No, a Twitter user just made up that Hassan said that, and Ethan ran with it, and I think like Asmund is just kind of like also ran with that as well. Is what he blames Mike and some Twitter users mostly for that. But I think that's what he's mad about. And that's why he's like, that's why he's doing this whole, yeah, he retweeted an account that said that in a different tweet.
For you page on my YouTube?
And that's why I don't retweet anything on Twitter, chat. That's right. You will never see me do retweets on Twitter. It not never. But I never know. I could retweet one of you and you could say, Obama is not good, and therefore I must now take responsibility for being anti-black for you saying that. You know?
And it gave me a jump scare. It was me like holding a gun, and it was like on the other side it was like Ludwig, I think. So I don't know what he was implying. I think he was like implying that I'm like killing Ludwig or something.
Wait, what? Okay.
Proud member of this community. Thanks for all your continued coverage, Sean.
Jody Darko, thank you for the 6-month resubscription. What is such an interesting tweet. You could tell it's AI, not just because it's obviously AI, but like this AI didn't know what to do about this. Ludwig is just super shiny for some reason. Like, I think Hassan's finger here is kind of weird. Well, we got when also this is also like this is like a broken finger thing here, but like AI has gotten better with fingers. You know, you're almost there. You just keep pushing it.
Like on the other side it was like Ludwig, I think. So I don't know what he was implying. I think he was like implying that I'm like killing Ludwig or something. I don't know what. Like at this point, like the lore crafting is so is so out of pocket.
Like, it's all like it's like this weird mirroring thing too, where he's like criticizing you, but like in the process describing himself like perfectly. Yeah, imagine being a guy who doesn't know anything and tells lies on the internet all the time, and whose statements are really scrutinized. Yeah. Couldn't be me.
Like there's one content creator who's like a lolicon like drawn enjoyer, and he's like a VTuber. He's like a cartoon character, right? And he's also I think like now living in Israel, but he wasn't before. He moved to Israel I think like after October 7. Like one of his immediate family members I think like might have died, not on October 7. Not entirely sure about what happened, but anyway, he went like full crazy mode. Why are you nodding along? You're like, this makes a lot of sense. You're in your mind, you're like, it feels like a setup.
There's just like a lot of different, there's just a lot of different ways all these things could go. Continue.
But yeah, this guy will always post about me and be like, Hassan is, I think it was at first he was like, Hassan is 65% done. Hassan is like 100% done. Now it's like Hassan is 1,000,000% done. And at no point like does his audience ever go, dog, you said he was gonna go to jail 8 months ago. Why is he not in jail?
So what you're telling me is that there's now a QAnon about you.
Yes.
And that like they're being like, the storm's coming. The Patriots are gonna come for Hassan any minute now.
Like that's what I don't understand.
It's exactly what I said about the pirate software guy who keeps making pirate software videos. It's like pirate software has been over 6 times now. You know, what is he ever going to be over? Drama slop tubers are the exact same. They're the exact same.
Stan is
all
like,
of the crimes that he has committed.
Can you
against
imagine
us?
if I was like, yeah, if I was constantly just being like, any moment now Trump is gonna get arrested.
That is actually what would happen though if like you got like nabbed or whatever in this current environment. Is that like 20,000 gang stalking victims of you would be like coming out to testify about all of the ways you've been oppressing them?
Yeah. He's like, dude, did you see? He like flexed one time. That shit was crazy. It was unacceptable. But like, it just doesn't.
One time when Hassan was talking on Twitch.
What is this? Hassan Piker obsession is not normal. Please seek help. That's so funny. He made a video about that. That's hilarious. But yeah, I just like I don't understand it because like they just theory craft, do like make up stuff, right? They'll be like they'll move the goalpost basically, just like you saw here, where it'll be like yeah.
Why is Stephen King releasing the Epstein list? Why is notable liberal Stephen King siding with Trump? The Epstein client list is real, so is the Tooth Fairy and Santa Claus. Are you on the list? He's siding with Trump. He's siding with Trump? Also, chat, I don't know what scene you're talking about because I didn't see it. So. Don't even know what you're talking about. But like, that is a crazy thing to come out with, being like, yeah, the list is real if you believe in the Tooth Fairy. This guy in the MAGA guy who was like, all right, R words, you know, the boss man said no more lists, so no more lists. We're done with it. If you're MAGA, if you're true MAGA like I am, you know, we're going to end this list talk right here and now. Y'all know that guy, the tweet I'm talking about? I think being a celebrity with Trump derangement syndrome and that also doesn't want the Epstein list to come out is quite possibly the biggest red flag in human history. Yeah. Ow, my toe. Oh, I found it. I found it. Listen up, R words. The boss asked everyone to cut the shit with Epstein, so cut the shit. It's going to change. Is it going to change any of your lives to know whatsoever if you find out some celebrity politician at the 16-year-old on Lolita Island? If not, so shut the fuck up and stop whining already. Wham, the files. Shut up. You're not getting them, so get over it. We guys been killing him for 6 months now. He's done more than any president in all of our lifetimes. And you assholes are whining about this stupid shit, like, you know, politicians being pedophiles. Bunch of clowns and brokies crying out shit way over the pay grade. Got fucking shot once and almost again for you morons. Shut the fuck up and let him do his job. You're not getting you're not getting the list, okay? You're not getting it. Stop asking about it, you brokies. It's gonna be satire, no way. His name is Right Wing Trash, but man, oh man, would that be funny. The context, no, is context. Dave has expressed interest in the Epstein files being released, including anger over the release being slow walked or otherwise delayed, or having a release prevented. Stop. January 4th, 2024. What works better than school shootings to stop mainstream media talking about Epstein? They're so predictable. Hashtag Epstein. Hashtag Epstein client list. Tim, where's the dadgum Epstein files? Any word on the Epstein files 8 a.m. deadline? Looks like he's running Epstein Island 2.0. He's probably in Epstein's black book. That's crazy. February 2025. Sorry, February 25th, 2025. Epstein trafficked women to apparently nobody. Maxwell's in jail for 20 years for trafficking women to apparently nobody. If there's an arrest, the first guy they grab is going to flip on all of them. Popcorn. Yeah, so Stephen King and this guy are aligned, by the way. They are both aligned in like, there's no client list. It's never existed. You're not getting a list. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. So yeah.
Yeah, he's not. He would never go out on the streets. Oh, he's there? Well, he wouldn't go down to the actual front line. He would just watch from afar. Oh, he's in the front line? Oh, he should be arrested. He should be arrested.
Arrest him. You see Hassan? No, I don't see Hassan. I heard he was out there. I don't know. I think that I saw an image of it, and I think he's on like the side up the top. So he's not actually going to go down there and stand in the in this area, because if he did, he'd get in trouble. Right? Like, he has no problem LARPing as a revolutionary, but actually putting it on the line, this is going to be very different, which, to be fair, he was. Well, if he was actually doing that, he should get in trouble. Like, I mean, for sure. He was, though? Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to go and double check. He already did? Oh, I'd have to double see and see it. Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, I think all these people should just get arrested. That's really how I see it. Yeah, I mean, I don't see how like, there's no other solution to it other than that. Aren't they impeding a highway? They are. They're impeding a highway.
Oh, he's not arrested?
Migra, get over here. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I mean, again, like, he'll, like, I mean, look, literally not even having, like, a
Chinga migra.
Like, not even having, like a multi-day racist flip out and, like, backlash that, like, resulted in, like, the destruction of much of his professional life in one go was, like, enough to get him to, like think about what he says. So, yeah, the idea that he would ever do anything other than just, like, the continual goalpost moving, like, it's what he does.
It's just, but at a certain point, people got to be like, bro, why hasn't this happened yet? You know what I mean? Like, it just, I hope it doesn't happen. I hope I don't get apprehended. But like, I don't understand like how you can just like constantly fantasize about a thing that's like very clearly not happening after these guys make these predictions over and over again, and they just still keep demanding more of it. But who knows? Yeah, look. What is happening?
So good.
What is that?
Bro, I love what it did to your face.
Yeah. I still look hot though whenever they do the AI ones. Like
the weird, but you can see the fingers. Like it doesn't.
Yeah.
It's still a little,
it's like weird.
Yeah.
I do eat my fingernails and like so that does make sense that they be up. Yeah. I just I don't know. Sometimes I peek into like what these guys are hallucinating about. Every now and then to just like stare at the abyss for a brief moment, and I'm like, nah, I'm good. Actually, never mind. I'm happier not knowing whatever the these guys are on. Yeah, no spontaneous drama coverage, please. All this gets clipped out of context and turns into more drama content for them. No, I know, but sometimes it just lands on my desk like this, and I gotta laugh.
That would be so annoying.
Yeah, so that was the Asmongold clip. Yeah. I already talked about Andrew Schultz, so I don't have to watch this. Maybe I'll save Neon for tomorrow. And I kind of want to ease back into the news. We're easing back in. Unless there's something that like sticks out. Oh, geez Louise. There's another Andrew clip about what? So I did see this as well. Oh wait, I was gonna look at the Speed Kai Aiden thing.
Wait, chat, I have a message for chat.
What?
Alveus Sanctuary. Go donate, bros. Yeah. Alveus, Maya Higa. You know her.
You're a nigga.
No, Maya Higa.
That's crazy. That's crazy. He did not say that. She did not say that. Sweet no. She didn't say it.
Maya Higa. Alveus Sanctuary. You should go. You should pull up. You should pull up. Okay. Thanks, Maya Higa. She knows you. You know her.
She knows you.
Streamer. She's a streamer.
Alveus stands or militant. You should pull up there to Alveus. You just sent me the same thing I just had open. Not even with a timestamp. You could have sent me with a timestamp, chatter. Can't blame him for having his backup. Some of his experience have been brutal. This is true. I thought it was funny. How could Speed not know who Maya is? That seems absurd. Chat, I think you are overestimating how big the people you know are in the streaming landscape, you know? You just are. Right, isn't that big outside of streaming? Yeah. And Speed is just like traveling other countries. If he hears, probably if you showed him Maya, he may be like, oh, I recognize her. Right. But like just saying a name of somebody like offhandedly, it might be meaningless to somebody who, like, again, spends his entire time in other countries meeting other people. Speed does not watch CBS. I'm sure if you showed Speed Maya and said at the Streamer Awards you saw this person he would have been like, oh, I recognize that person, right? He might still not know her, but like I think he would recognize Maya in that instance. I was watching Maya's stream last night when Jason showed her the song he's working on and she looked like she was going to implode. I saw the clip. The song was... interesting. Most of the lyrics were repetitive and kind of childish. I didn't see the entire thing. I just saw a little bit of it while I was scrolling past it on Twitter. See if I can find it. It's so hard to find anything on Twitter route. Scroll. Also, did y'all see that vegan discourse is happening again? Every 5-6 months, maybe. No escape at all. No one is taking Jason's song seriously, right? I don't think so. I think it is funny to see. Oh, here it is. I found it. Why are they hating on vegans? It's just a conversation about like just vegans being annoying, you know? I know all repetitive discourse. It's vegans, exercise, and masking. Yep, it goes back and forth. Here's a song. Okay, I will say, off rip, first thoughts, that speaker, either that speaker or the microphone picking up the speaker is not doing them any service. Right? It's doing them a disservice. Because the song just sounds off.
Let me know if I'm a burden. I'm in your cup like a surgeon. 7-Eleven, she's slurping. 7-Eleven, she's slurping. She not a 6, she a 10. She not a hoe, she a friend. Fuck you while I hold your hand. Fuck you while I hold your hand. A 6, 10 out of 10. Let me change your last name to win. Legs hanging off the bed. I'ma do what I said. Take team, Eiffel Tower. Let me fuck you in the shower. Yeah, eat my kids, yeah, devour. Honey pack on my hours. Your pussy sweet, never sour. Met the man, I got powers. Baby, just put on my trousers. Yeah. Just pull them down. Here we go, ready? Real slow. Here we go. Yeah. Here we go.
Wait for it, wait for it. Ready for it? Listen. Ready?
This is the exact kind of song I expect Jason to make, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah, it's bad. It's bad, but it's exactly like what I would expect them to make. It's comedy. I feel like that is a stretch of the definition of comedy. It's just like, how many times can we say that I have sex with you but differently? Like, it's obviously like a bit. It's not meant to be serious, but it's not good. It's not good.
Let me know if I'm a burden. I'm in your cup like a surgeon. 7-Eleven, she's slurping. 7-Eleven, she's slurping.
Like, the innuendos aren't even like, they're not even good. Like, it's not even good wordplay. He said, I'm in your guts like a surgeon. No, he didn't say, no, you're wrong. He didn't say I'm in the cut like a surgeon. He said, I'm in your guts like a surgeon. It's all about sex. He said, I'm in your guts like a surgeon. That is what he said. It is a sex song. He said, I'm in your guts like a surgeon. 7-Eleven, she's slurping. That is what is being said here. I'll play it again.
Let me know if I'm a burden. I'm in your gut like a surgeon. 7-Eleven, she's
He said, I'm in your gut like a surgeon. That's not good wordplay. That is bad wordplay. If he said, I'm in the cut like a surgeon, that would have been good wordplay, right? But surgeons aren't like in your gut 99% of the time. That's not like the most common scenario that surgeons are engaging with a person. Pretty sure it's about performing surgeries. It is not about performing surgeries. Isn't his audience like 12-year-olds? Yes, but it's still a bad song. Like, we can acknowledge the fact that the song is bad and that it's not for us. This is the only version we have. Is there one with clear lyrics? I think they showed it to the Cutie as well. I don't know if it's the same quality.
Do you think it'll fit?
Me and Ron made this.
Yeah. Okay.
He also has very little sense of rhythm. Okay, I'll say it. I'll say it. He has very little sense of rhythm. Just his voice isn't bad, right? But like, what was that first line? He said, "Do you think it'll fit?" That's what the first line was.
Okay. Tell me, do you love me, baby? Tell me, do you love me, baby? Flip you over, turn around, baby. Let me put it in you, drive you crazy. Make you like a lollipop. Fuck you to your left.
Okay, his voice isn't bad. I'll give it to him. His voice isn't bad. It's decent.
Lord. Oh, Jesus. Oh. Okay. I'ma put you on a bed and leave.
He just said sex. That is a line in the song. He just said sex. Oh my goodness. That's so funny.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay, who has the full song? Could someone grab me the full song? I need to see the full song, please. Please. I need to see the full song.
Oh. Okay. I'ma put you on a bed and leave you.
Can you pause for a second? Just a quick second.
Yeah. Make it.
Wait. Oh, Cutie did release a song with TJ Brown. Why is everyone making songs? All right, chat. I gotta get my song out too. Oh, my computer's not wanting to cooperate. Here's Maya reacting to it. Yeah, I don't want to see this because it's coming from the speaker. It sounds worse. Coming from the speaker.
It was whiskey on the weekend.
Oh, here.
Hi. Hello. Wait, Cutie, I saw your new song.
Oh God.
What? It's good, and I like the video too.
Okay, I want this one. Thank you very much. Oh wait, did they actually make the song themselves in FL Studio?
What?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. That's okay. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Tell me, do you love me, baby? Tell me, do you love me, baby? Flip you over, turn around, baby. Let me put it in you, drive you crazy. Look you like a lollipop.
That makes sense why the vocals feel kind of flat a little bit. Right? They're not layering their vocals.
Fuck you to your legs, love.
They're doing like one take and then they're doing like ad libs. And they're punching in whenever they need to. But to get mixed, it still needs like you still need like more vocals. But any song you listen to on the radio has layered vocals. They have the artist do sometimes 10 takes, but like from like 2 to 3 takes for every line. They layer all the vocals and then they send that to be mixed and mastered. Right? Because you have like a one vocal that you may be going like an octave higher, an octave lower, and it makes a fuller sound. And it's just not done here.
Lord, fuck you to your legs, Lord. Sex, I'ma put you on a bed and leave you feeling blessed. Next, I'ma kiss you, tease you, make you feel all obsessed. Take away all the stress, I'ma leave you feeling breathless. I just wanna fuck you till the morning come, have you wear my hands like a necklace. Tell me, do you want my head? I miss you all in my bed.
Wait, is that Ron? Hot take. Ron sounds better than Jason does.
Let me know, baby, yeah. Do you want some of my bread? You and her can bring your friends. I'm trying to fuck in my Benz. Take you all the way to France, yeah. Get you inside of my pants. Baby, why you always hurting? I'm trying to buy you a Birkin. Let me know why we ain't working. Take my wallet, yeah, go splurging. Let me know if I'm a burden.
Like he brings energy. That I think works better with the beat than like a more kind of casual blase. I think blase is actually the best word. Blase, like kind of
I'm in your gut like a surgeon. 7-Eleven, she slurping. 7-Eleven, she slurping. She not a 6, she a 10.
Like that should be layered. You know, personally.
She not a hoe, she a friend. Fuck you while I hold your hand. Fuck you while I hold your hand. The sex 10 out of 10. Let me change your last name to win. Legs hanging off the bed. I'ma do what I said. Take team Eiffel Tower. Let me fuck you in the shower. Yeah, eat my kids. Yeah, devour.
Also, I don't know tag team Eiffel Tower. I don't get that. My wording better. Your wording was better, Demi Charm.
Take team Eiffel Tower. Let me fuck you.
Like, it's a sex position. Oh, okay. You see. I'm a good Christian boy. I don't do all of that.
In the shower, yeah, eat my kids, yeah, devour. Honey pack over hours.
Song isn't about sex, it's about going to France, you're right.
Met the man, I got powers. Baby, just put on my trousers. Yeah. Just pull them down.
I'm so over this. Same.
Here we go. Yeah. Here we go. Let me know.
It's touching hands like an instrumental part of the Eiffel Tower. That is such an interesting bar to put in here. Yes, high-fiving. It makes the tower. Okay, that's kind of funny. That's kind of funny.
Okay.
That makes the point. Wait, do they touch hands up here? Yeah, that's so stupid. All right.
Tell me, do you love me, baby? Tell me, do you love me, baby? Flip you over, turn around, baby. Let me put it in you, drive you crazy. Lick you like a lollipop. Fuck you till your legs lock. Fuck you till your legs lock. Fuck you till your legs lock.
You gotta lock eyes.
I'ma put you on a bed and leave you feeling blessed. Next, I'ma kiss you, tease you, make you feel all obsessed. Take away all the stress, I'ma leave you feeling breathless. I just wanna fuck you till the morning come, have you wear my hands like a necklace. Tell me, do you want my head? I miss you all in my bed. Let me know, baby, yeah. Do you want some of my bread? You and her can bring your friends. I'm trying.
I feel there are effects on Ron's voice and there aren't any on Jason's voice. Like I can hear the reverb on Ron's voice.
I miss you all in my bed. Let me know, baby, yeah. Do you want some of my bread? You and her can bring your friends. I'm trying to fuck in my Benz. Take you all the way to France, yeah. Get you inside of my pants. Baby, why you always hurting? I'm trying to buy you a Birkin. Let me know why we ain't working. Take my wallet, yeah, go splurging. Let me know if I'm a burden. I'm in your gut like a surgeon. 7-Eleven, she slurping. 7-Eleven, she slurping. She not a 6, she a 10. She not a hoe, she a friend. Fuck you while I hold your hand. Fuck you while I hold your hand. The sex 10 out of 10. Let me change your last name to win. Legs hanging off the bed. I'ma do what I said. Take team Eiffel Tower. Let me fuck you in the shower. Yeah, eat my kids, yeah, devour. Honey pack over hours. Your pussy sweet, never sour. Met that man, I got powers. Baby, just put on my trousers. Yeah. Just pull them down. Just real slow. Here we go. Yeah. Here we go.
It's not bad. It's not the worst thing. But it sounds better to me now. You have to warm up to it. You know? Like what's being talked about in this song. It's awful. No, it's not that bad. I've heard worse. It's not good. Right? Trust, it's not good. Not bad though. Hey, how low my standards are to beats make me start dancing. I mean, that's just how all music is. Something there, but I feel like 7th grade note being passed into class. I mean, it feels like they are a tad, not tad old, because it feels like, you know, if these two kids were like at my high school making this, I can see that, right? It's like in math class, they're like, are they 18? No, they're like 20 something. They're like 19, 20, 21. They're like around there. They're not 18 anymore. They used to be 18, right? As we all did. But, you know, Jason just turned 21. There you go. So yeah, like I could see this song being like blasted on a speaker in the hallways, going like from like, you know, 2nd block to 3rd block in high school. That's how I can see this song being played. But now it's like in front of a super, super, super large audience of like 1 million people, you know. In middle school, nah, the song wouldn't be played in middle school because the principal would come and shut it off. In high school though, 9th grade. But yeah, speaking of YouTuber songs, we didn't see Maya's reaction to it, which we can as well, I guess. The song is so bad, it's sexual harassment confirmed is crazy.
Guys, I'm way less scared this time at the Faze house than I was last time.
Well, I'm glad. That would be horrible. Were you for real scared the last time?
I was so scared.
Where were you?
I walked in and then I was just like in Max's room on Max's stream, and then I don't know, it was like a frat house. It was just scary.
Hey guys, you guys made a song?
Yeah. Let me know honest opinions.
Okay, I just paired to both JBLs.
Ooh, you just made this?
Yeah.
You both sang on it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, we just did a little honest opinion. We need straight honesty. Cause we might drop a music video on this.
I'm excited.
Yeah, it's some good shit.
Wait, so Ron, are you making music?
Yeah.
You are?
You never heard of Do Not Redeem song? That's his shit.
Sex
No.
02?
Yep. Play that.
Alright. Y'all ready?
We never heard it on the speakers, so hey, it might sound.
What? Yeah. That one not playing?
No, it's not.
That sounds good.
Okay.
Well, because they didn't make this part. They didn't make the beat. So like, yeah.
Tell me, do you love me, baby? Tell me, do you love me, baby? Flip it over, turn around, baby. Let me put it in you, drive me crazy. Looking like a lollipop. Fuck you till your legs lock. Fuck you till your legs lock. Fuck you till your legs lock. Sex.
I'm sorry. I can't take that part seriously, bro. I can't take that part seriously, bro. I can't. Look at everybody in this screenshot right now. I
wanna bet and leave you feeling blessed. Next, I'ma kiss you, tease you, make you feel all obsessed. Take away all the stress, I'ma leave you feeling breathless. I just wanna fuck you till the morning come. Have you in my hands like a necklace. Tell me, do you want my head? I miss you all in my bed. Let me know, baby, yeah. Do you want some of my bread? You and her can bring your friends. I'm trying to fuck in my Benz. Take you all the way to France, yeah. Get you inside of my pants. Baby, why you always hurting? I'm trying to buy you a Birkin. Let me know why we ain't working. Take my wallet, yeah, go splurging. Let me know if I'm a bird. she slurping. 7-Eleven, she slurping. She not a 6, she a 10. She not a hoe, she a friend. Fuck you while I hold your hand. Fuck you while I hold your hand. A 6, 10 out of 10. Let me change your last name to win. Legs hanging off the bed. I'ma do what I said. Take team Eiffel Tower. Let me fuck you in the shower. Yeah, eat my kids, yeah, devour. Honey pack on my hours. Your pussy sweet, never sour. Met that man, I got powers. Baby, just put on my trousers. Yeah. Just pull them down. Here we go, ready? Real slow.
You know what I meant? Yeah, maybe it's just me. Yeah, I'm just the innocent one here.
Yeah. Here we go.
Wait for it, wait for it. Ready for it? Listen. Ready? Yeah! Come on! Yeah! That sound good on the speakers. Let me know. That sound good on the speakers. That sound good as fuck.
Bro. Y'all just cooked that up?
Yeah!
You really just made that?
Yeah.
Oh
It's
my.
Very good.
Oh
Deadass?
my
Like,
God.
The,
That's
lyric,
going on the
the
album,
lyrics
bro.
are crazy, but that's a heater. That is like,
Come
I would
on.
listen to that again.
Come on! Let's run it back! Come on!
I mean, I can't even talk. We've listened to this song 4 times now, chat. Have you noticed that? Did you notice? Did you even notice that we listened to this song 4 times in full? Four times too many. It's an experience. You get something new every time you listen to it, chat. You get something new every time you listen to it. Exactly. Anyway, speaking of creator songs, let's see Blair's song. It's not from Cutie Cinderella, it's from Blair. One word, like Beyonce. All lowercase for stylistic purposes. It's called Forever.
It was whiskey on the weekends and having all the same friends and dreaming of a perfect kind of life.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not laughing at Cutie. I'm laughing at the idea that Wake and Ray are in a relationship together. I can't. That's crazy. That's crazy. Ray Wilder. Ray Wilder. Okay, sorry. Run it back. One more time. From the beginning.
It was whiskey on the weekends and having all the same friends and dreaming of a perfect.
I'm sorry. One more thing. I'm sorry. Is he reading a book on chess? He's just reading a chess book in the morning. He's like, don't talk to me till I have my coffee and a book on chess. I'm sorry. Okay. Focus. What an insane thing. What I everything about this is so weird. Okay, run it back. Elwig's actor in the biopic, I guess. Terrible casting. Ludwig did not look like that at all.
It was whiskey on the weekends and having all the same friends and dreaming of a perfect kind of life. You were my favorite puzzle, but I never could discover what I was missing that never could quite make you mine. I wanted forever, but forever is a
Okay. Okay. I get to the. I'll talk about the song last, but there's a few things. I want to point out. One, why do they kind of work a little bit? Not to get parasocial here, all right? I'm not trying to get parasocial here. You gotta chill, man. You can't, okay, no. You can't present me these two as a couple in a music video and expect me not to talk about the validity of the relationship.
I would have never ever let you go.
You want another Jocker Isiko? Maybe.
It was how we could talk for hours, and how it didn't even matter, 'cause I just wanted to be somewhere close to you. And later when you left me,
Hey, wait, you better treat her right. You better leave her alone.
And later when you left me, I was so lost on how to let it be. And your ocean eyes turned the coldest shade of blue. I wanted forever,
I will say he fits this role very well.
forever is a really, really long time, I know. But if you just wanted forever, I would have never ever let you go. I wanted forever, but forever is a really, really long time, I know. But if you just wanted forever, I would have never ever let you go. It's been years now, but the feeling seems so fresh. I'm still lost how.
Is it someone else singing? Yeah, this is not Ray and Wake singing. It's Blair and or Cutie and TJ Brown.
Never could I left. I knew somehow I never would forget how you feel like home.
I wanted forever, but forever is a really, really long time, I know.
But if you just wanted forever, I would have never ever let you go. Maybe it's for the better, but that's something I'll never know.
It's Ludwig.
I have a feeling.
Oh man, I thought they were gonna just show the person.
I'm always gonna miss you so.
It ends with a sad ending. It's not that bad. It's just so cheesy. If it was Ludwig, that would have been incredible. It would have been so funny. Oh, just that would have been the it would have made this song a 10 out of 10 in just comedic value. If it just cut over and it's just Ludwig sitting there smiling. Man, that would have been so funny. They're working on the lyrics in my opinion, but not bad. Honestly, I like the harmonies in the middle. That was good. I like the story that was crafted in like with Burden being the director. Like Burden, you know, is talented, so I'm not surprised by that. But yeah, it was good. Using famous streamers was kind of a bad call if I'm calling balls and strikes. Why? I think it's less of like using famous streamers and just using like Cutie using her friends, you know? She's like, I have an idea for this video. And like I think Wake works really well in the role, right? Of like the you know, pseudo abusive alcoholic boyfriend who owns a bar. Not the abusive part, but like the owning the bar and the like rustic country-ish look. I don't know if Boys Next Door is correct. Boy Next Door doesn't refer to like to Wake. It would refer to like the other person involved, if you will. A little bit more. He doesn't give like particular. I guess so. The barkeep next door. It's a divorce through country guy. Exactly.
Weekends and having all the same friends.
Like all the people involved actually hate country so much. Also, I want to know why he's reading a chess book. I don't know. He just woke up in the morning. He's like, I want to read a book on chess. Actually, that's right. Knight to e5. Pawn to e4 piece. I have not. I can go to e5.
You were my favorite puzzle.
That's the lead cameo.
I never could discover what I was missing that never could quite make you mine.
Oh, wait. Oh, okay. I didn't pick up on this like last time. She's also hallucinating. I thought they were actually together originally, and then they split up. No. They are never together, actually. They're never together. They are both hallucinating. That's why she's drinking. That makes sense. They're never together. They're both hallucinating the other person, and she's moving on, and he's stuck on her. See, y'all not listening, chat. Y'all not hearing this. That they were together, there was a picture. No, not saying that they weren't like in a relationship. They were never in the same place. Right? They were never in the same place in this video. It picks up from the perspective of the relationship is already over. The argument happened, they went their separate ways, and they're like, yeah, reminiscing. So like she's drinking, he's drinking at the bar, and then he realized, no, I want this, I want her. He then goes trying to chase her, but she's like, I'm over this. I'm putting on my best outfit and I'm meeting somebody new. So he's still stuck on her, and she's stuck on him, but then she decides to move on and he's just a little bit too late. And then she goes on a date with Ludwig. That's what I get from this story here. Visual effects writing the both three were thinking of each other. Exactly.
It was whiskey on the weekends and having all the same friends and dreaming of a perfect kind of life.
She went on a little black dress is over 100% over. She's 100% over him. Yeah.
My favorite puzzle, but I never could discover what I was missing that never could quite make you mine. I wanted forever, but forever is a really, really long time, I know. But if you just want it, I know.
That's his shirt. No, it's not. It's a different shirt. Dang it! That would have been a cool little thing. It's just a different shirt. Maybe it's supposed to be the same shirt, but it's not. It's just a different shirt. I thought it was. Nah, it's different. Yes, it says white accents. Maybe the flannel just reminds her of him.
If you just wanted forever, I would have never let you go.
And she throws it. Okay.
It was how we could talk for hours, and how it didn't even matter, 'cause I just wanted to be somewhere close to you. And later when you left me, I was so lost on how to let it be, and your ocean eyes turned the coldest shade of blue.
He's drinking.
I wanted forever, but forever is a really, really long time, I know. But if you just wanted forever,
Oh, and she's wearing that flannel here.
would have never ever let you
Okay.
go.
But that was imagination. I thought this was real when I first watched it for a second.
I would have
Also, this
never.
bar seems to be failing. No, I think he's just closed for the day or in the morning. It does seem like midday, you know?
Never ever let you go. I want it forever, but forever is a really, really long time, I know. But if you just want it forever, I would have never ever let you go. It's been years now, but the feeling seems so fresh. I'm still lost how.
Honestly, I'll also say this. He's not driving fast enough to get back Valkyrie. I'm saying it, right? If you lose Valkyrie and you're like, I want her back, he's not driving fast enough. What do you mean you're stopping at a red light? What are we doing here? You think we have time for this?
I never could have left. I knew somehow I never would forget how you feel like.
Also, pause. Did you park far away? I'm sorry. I'm taking that parking spot. Where did you park at? Just drive up to her door, dog. What are we doing here? Just drive. It's open. You know what? You didn't even really want her like that. You did not even really want her like that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He didn't want her like that.
I wanted forever, but forever.
Oh, she put the picture down.
Forever, but
And leave the engine running and the car door open. Yeah.
forever is a really, really long time, I know. But if you just want it forever, I would
Also, didn't even try the door. Didn't even try the doorbell.
never ever let you go. Maybe it's
Also, he should have. Okay, this is my notes for Wake. He should have put his head on the door in defeat, being like, "Man, I was too late." You know.
go. Maybe it's for the better, but that's something I'll never know. I have a feeling
That's crazy.
that forever I'm always gonna miss you.
What a fumble, dog.
So
I like it. I like it. Crack cocaine is crazy. I think Wake will find his Ludwig one day. It just goes hard for white people, respectfully. True. It's bland, it's country. So, I prefer sex, though, not gonna lie. It's acoustic pop more than country. And it has like a little acoustic guitars, like he's just strumming as well. It's not like, fully like take you on a ride on my big green tractor or whatever. But it's country adjacent. It has that vibe. It's literally Taylor Swift. It's Taylor Swift. And Taylor Swift is country adjacent. I like it. If I pretend Wick is a ghost that died. Okay. Sure. That is an interesting take. It's not bad though. It's not bad. I think this has definitely had more care put into it, especially with the video. And what was trying to be done with like the cinematography than like other YouTuber songs. But again, I'm not gonna judge somebody off of their first song. If this is her first song. Yeah. She should make a sliding door version where he catches her before she leaves for her date with Ludwig. I like how we all just headcanon that she's going on a date with Ludwig. Like Ray is Cutie's like stand-in. And this is how Cutie and Ludwig met. I mean, maybe, who knows? That could be the case. The deities wake in Ludwig. Ah, you're right. You're right. I didn't think about that. Anyway, that's pretty funny. Yeah, I think that covers most of what I wanted to talk about today. A little fun end of the stream. Yeah. Remember the part where he pulls out the gun? No, I don't remember that part actually. Yeah. I think that's it. Any final thoughts, chat? Fun stream. Sex. You know what? We'll end with that. How about that? Close. I need to open it back up. Save the stream. Glad you're back. We are back. Oh, okay. Just while I ended off on. If you didn't see, you don't follow. If you're not in the Discord, you didn't see. My doggy, do-rag doggy, Chloe, passed away. She will be immortalized in emote form when I get a chance. This is her with a do-rag on. Thank you, chatters. This is good about that. She hated this do-rag. I'll also put her in sunglasses somewhere. Because Lou's a good dog. Yeah, she's old though, so all things die. It's like 15 years old. And that's like 100-something in dog years. But I passed away recently too. I'm sorry for your loss. I'm sorry for your loss too, chatter. I realized how sad she looked in the do-rag. No, she's contemplative. She's not. She loves the do-rag. Look at her face. She loves the do-rag. She let me do whatever I wanted. I put sunglasses on her. I put hats on her. Start thinking do-rag, yeah. Yeah. That's Chloe. Where's the beast, Chloe? Wait, hold on. I want to see this first. Before Kusa said on stream today, a chatter said FD's video was incorrect because he said leftists have a racism problem, which isn't true because leftists are better on race issues than other groupings.
Change some of the boomers' minds is just, it's sad to see. It's actually fairly radical, as a matter of fact, in his in his congregation. And look at him now. He's been swept away.
You watch FD's video on why black people are not voting for leftist candidates? That the people running Zoran's campaign are just saying black voters tend to be more conservatives to advocate the campaign that any responsibility is not good. This is correct and this is good. Identity politics is basically equal trust, and the only way to change some of the boomers' mind is just success. So that's why I want my dad to do very well if he wins.
Way by the same old business as usual politics.
Wait for what the chatter was. FD is wrong and annoying, and I say that as a black anarchist. He cares too much about the respectability of politics, telling people to take out their piercings and cover their tattoos. I'm tattooed and pierced and blue-haired and black. FD is stuck in the past. This chatter is, I think, just stupid. In that, this is what I was saying when I watched the video a few days ago. The FD signifier is not legit, like actually saying, you know, cover up your tattoos, and you know, take out your piercings or whatever. He's saying to talk to the boomers and to convince them of like left-wing ideology. They took that way too seriously. He just meant to go talk to older black folk to go to church. Yeah, that's literally it. Literally it. Is he's saying, go to church, talk to your parents, talk to the other black folks who are, you know, who are stuck in the past, and engage with them. That's all he was saying. I think partially it's because a lot of people want to find some reason to not take on that responsibility. Right? What happened to meet them where they're at? Exactly. And this is the thing, is that people can understand that, right? People can understand that when it comes to white people. When it comes to white conservatives, Andrew Schultz, I talked about it earlier today. When it comes to Andrew Schultz, voted for Donald Trump. Infinite charitability. Meet them where they're at. Right? When it comes to black liberals, he's like, oh, just meet them where they're at. You know, go to church, talk to these folks. He's like, why must I do that? They must accept me, and they must engage with me first. Which I understand why you feel that way, but then why are, again, these same white conservatives and white liberals met with that same level of you know what I mean? Or not met with that same level of skepticism?
It's sad to see. Identity politics is basically equal trust. The only way change some of the boomers' minds is just success. So that's why I want Mom Donnie to do well when he wins. Yeah. Kind correction. That's not what he said. He said that leftists like Bernie have not adequately linked race issues with the rest of their platform and perspective. I think the FD video was incorrect because he said leftists have a racism problem, and it's not just true. Leftists are better on race issues than any other grouping. Yes, leftists are better on race issues than any other grouping. Leftists just don't communicate the language that the establishment Democrats do because they're not a part of the fucking message at all. They're not a part of the fucking church groups. That's it. That's it.
I don't know if Hassan understands what this chatter is saying. I understand what Hassan is saying. I don't think he's wrong in that, like, leftists are like better on race issues, and like leftists want to tackle like, you know, issues that have to do with like the working class, and like want to make things better that will impact, you know, black people's lives. Right? But this chatter is insinuating that like racism on the left doesn't exist. Right? Because of those things, which is exactly the point that FD signifier was making in the video. Chatter thinks because you think you advocate for black issues means you're absolved from having to tackle or deal with or understand how your words can be, or how you can contribute to white supremacy. Right? That's what FD signifier is talking about. Chatter is like, FD signifier is attacking me specifically because he's saying that I might still be racist, but I can't be racist because I care more about black people than anybody else does. Right? And Hassan is taking that and he's engaging with not that topic, but he's just saying that, yes, leftists are better on race issues than other groups. Leftists don't communicate that because they're not in those spaces, right? They're not in the churches to be talking to the church folk, which is also what FD signifier also addressed in that video as well. He's just responding to what the chatter is saying. He doesn't know the broader context because he didn't watch the FD video. Does Hassan watch the video or no? I don't think so. I don't know if Hassan said he wouldn't watch the video or not. right? I think that's kind of part of the problem, is that Hassan not watching the video, right? I think he may have. I think he did. He watched the video off stream. Well, then I'm confused. A lot of leftist journeys come from atheism, so of course, too many of them look down on those in church space. I don't even think that's what's happening here, though. It's kind of the thing. I think he did and disagreed with FD on in what regard? I didn't watch yesterday's stream, so I can't tell you that.
They're not a part of the fucking message at all. They're not a part of the fucking church groups. That's
but
it.
He said he was going to watch it all.
That's it.
There's no indication to say he watched the video. Did he say that he watched it? That's what I'm asking.
And the Democrats use that turnout machine against leftists aggressively. Okay, that's it. That's the major problem here. So you have to out-organize. You have to out-organize the Democratic Party, which is impossible. But there's also another method out there, which is to keep. Let's
see. It's like, I don't get why FD is so cynical on that. It gives standpoint theory vibes. Like and this is the problem, is because I will say this. I don't think Hassan watched the video. I don't think he watched the video. And this is the problem, is Hassan not watching the video, right, allows chat to just say whatever they want to say about the video without giving or having a meaningful critique. And because chat is a hive mind. Chat will just go off of whatever the last thing either Hassan or whoever else that they watched said. Right? He said he wasn't going to at all. And so you have a lot of chatters who are just being like, and there are chatters who are pushing back, right? That's not necessarily what he said. FD is 100% correct. Chat is wildin', right? And so you have chatters who, and this is kind of my point. Oh, this person says, please watch the video. There's so many people screaming at FD for doing exactly what he warned us not to. Exactly. Exactly. Right? He's saying he's not going to watch it, but he's talking about it. I'm confused. I don't know how he got here. I don't know if he said he wasn't going to watch it. I am not aware. I just got sent this timestamp in my Discord. So we can go back to the beginning. Right?
To self-finance their campaigns.
Hassan just guessed what FD's point was and was wrong, and that's disappointing.
If necessary,
in my opinion. But I also don't want to guess Hassan's take and didn't be wrong. I'm going to go back and see what he said about it.
Well, hopefully this will be a change for you. Hopefully you will recognize what Jeffrey Epstein and fuck all the Republicans that were. It's interesting that socialist and progressive candidates tend to be non-white, but they do better among white voters unless they're black. I'm right wing, and this is the uniting point. The Epstein issue is where people unite. I mean, yeah, we've been here. We've been on the fucking Epstein tip for years and years. Welcome. The only group of people in American society that genuinely have, the only political group that has actually said fuck Jeffrey Epstein and fuck all the Democrats that were associated with Jeffrey Epstein and fuck all the Republicans that were associated with Jeffrey Epstein is leftists, okay? Is people like myself.
Like here,
a lot of right-wingers.
This is a good example of something I want to talk about as well. I don't care what somebody's race, ethnicity, gender, sexuality is, as long as they're doing right by the people. Like, this is what leftists oftentimes say to think to kind of pretend like they are like class conscious and they're like above it all. Like, you can't remove identity. Like, in this, no matter how many people scream about identity politics being bad, you cannot remove identity. And actually, it's kind of funny because it's something that I was it's in this book that I picked up as well. Not this one. Not this one. Not this one. But this book. I got a lot of books. I went to the bookstore yesterday. You can tell. It's called I'm Not a Racist, But The Moral Quandary of Race. And in this book, I don't remember what page it was on, they talk about like the 3 types of color blindness. Nope, that's not it. Not it. Not it. Not it. It's in this book somewhere. Anyway, but this is one of those types of colorblindness. It's the removal of even talking about the intersectionality of different racial identities in order to try to serve a wider, like, left-wing purpose. But in doing so, you end up removing the oppression that those people face, right? But you do it in like a woke way. You know, you do it wokely. You wokely are doing white supremacy.
I believe, are slowly going to come to the recognition that their favorite political commentator has simply used Jeffrey Epstein as a way to talk about how you know, conspiratorial they are, or they weren't actually on board. Now that, like, push has come to shove, and now that Big Daddy Trump is openly defending Jeffrey Epstein, openly refusing to investigate people that were directly involved with Jeffrey Epstein, and not just the liberals, but Republicans as well. Hopefully you will, hopefully this will be a change for you. Hopefully you will recognize that, you know, there are a bunch of other issues that we have talked about beyond Jeffrey Epstein that we were right on as well, that many of these people have, like, cynically fucking launched criticisms against. Look at this fucking asshole, by the way. These guys literally have nothing else. Here is Rahm Emanuel, brother of Ari Emanuel of WM. He's also, there's that. You go to their neighborhood is because the organize. How do you think leftists break through people outside these demographics? The leftists are only white thing is really overblown, but there's definitely a disproportionate amount of white people with college education. I know it's a concept a million people are trying to answer, but how do you think leftists break through people outside these demographics? Easy. You go to their neighborhoods and you talk to them. You organize in their neighborhoods. Probably one of the major reasons.
Like, okay, this is how the conversation starts. The funniest part is this is just what FD Signifier said. If you watch the video, this is his point. Literally, this is exactly what the point of the video was. Right? But when Hassan says it, it's easy, two-based, easy, you know? That's literally what he said.
Reasons why so many fucking people have a college education that is a card-carrying democratic socialist is because the organizing that takes place.
And then this chatter is like, drop the identity politics and treat all allies the same. And it was kind of funny because this is also right next to this message saying, stop ignoring race as an issue partially and don't be hostile. These cannot be coexist. These cannot coexist with each other. They are diametrically opposed identities. This chatter says, stop ignoring race as an issue partially and don't be hostile. Drop the identity politics and treat all allies as the same. Like when Hassan says go to their communities and talk to them, you don't go and talk to them about issues that they don't face. You don't go to the black community into like lower income black neighborhoods and talk about how you know, freaking, I don't know what the upper educated white people do or whatever. But you don't talk to those people the same way you talk to you know, Appalachian voters, lower income Appalachian voters who live in, you know, Appalachia. Right? You talk about the issues that they are facing. You know what issues are facing, you know, black people in those communities? Racial issues. They're being faced with racial issues. They're faced with racial prejudice. They're faced with over-policing. They're faced with a lack of representation in hiring or in college admittance. Right? You can't just ignore race as if it doesn't exist. And all too often do leftists just ignore race as if it doesn't exist.
For democratic socialism happens oftentimes on college campuses, YDSA and DSA in general. That's it. Whereas, you know who organizes in black and brown underprivileged neighborhoods? The Democratic establishment. They use churches as a vehicle.
Wait, and Hassan's wrong about this. No, it's black and brown people. That's the answer. Do you know who organizes in black and brown neighborhoods? Black and brown people. I drove to Crenshaw yesterday, right, with my family, and I saw more community spaces in Crenshaw than I've ever seen in my entire life. I saw worker empowerment spaces. I saw like community policing spaces. I saw spaces for community healthcare. I saw mutual aid gardens. I saw more organizational spaces in Crenshaw than I've seen anywhere else in LA. Anywhere else in LA. So I don't know, and this is the problem, is that the way we're speaking about this, not just a song, but the chat as well, the way we're speaking about this is as if black people are not a part of the movement. We're talking about like, okay, fellow white people, how is the best way to reach out to black people? What do you think? Oh, maybe we should go talk to them about black issues. No, you're wrong. What do you think? Or maybe we should talk about them the way the Democratic establishment talks about them. No, we talk to them like black people have been doing consistently. And maybe if like the wider leftist movement wasn't so hostile to black leftist thought, there would be black leftists in the space who were able to do that outreach. But black people have been a part of community support for like since the inception of the black identity in the first place. So no, it's not like the way it's framed is immediately false. It's an immediate falsehood the way it's framed. It's framed as like, okay, we have white people in the Democratic establishment and white people in the leftist space. What is the best way for white people in each of those spaces to talk to the black people? Instead of being like, how can we grow the movement to accept black people so that black people feel comfortable also talking to other black people? Like this entire conversation is, the question itself is just, how do we preach to black people to tell them that like the left is not racist? Right? And instead of, I don't know, let's cultivate a space that black people would like to join, the answer is just, oh, you just talk to them more. You just preach to them. And they'll know what's good for them and they'll join us. It's just, it's so silly. Because people don't understand that like, just because black people are not like a part of like the DSA does not mean they're not, community building, Just because the black people are not members of a international or national socialist organization does not mean that they're not advocating for themselves, that there aren't tenant unions, in the black communities. How do you even explain to these people that their mentality is racist? No clue. Because that's what the FD signifier video was supposed to do. Right? That's what the FD signifier video was supposed to do. It was supposed to get to these people in the chat to be like, hey, maybe just view black people like they're normal people who have their own community that they're cultivating. People who help my community the most is the church. Yeah. And this is the functional, foundational issue, right? They're viewing the church as a base in which to get people to join the DSA, right? Or they're viewing black-led organizations as a base, as a recruiting tool to get people to join the DSA, as opposed to how can we, in community with the DSA or in community with the black church, right, create solidarity with each other. They think that because they're not a part of their organization, that it's worthless. So when you have white people who are like, why is the DSA overwhelmingly white? Why are there no black people in the DSA? They view that as a problem, as opposed to like the fact that black people have their own organizations that they're joining, right? And the DSA is not trying to make community with them in general. They're viewing the only level of activism as you must join the DSA. And so they view the fact that there's not a lot of black people in the DSA as the fact that black people are not progressive, right? Because their barometer for like what progressivism is just you have to be in the DSA, right? Why are you not in the DSA? Why are you not joining our organizations? Black people must be conservative. And that's just not the case. Black people community build. Outside of the DSA. Because the problem is the DSA is not coming to black communities. And so black people have crafted and created their own community building structure. And now when the DSA is showing up to them being like, all right, guys, join us here, people don't trust them. The same way we're talking about like Kai and how Kai doesn't like necessarily trust like the Pogger space because the Pogger space wasn't there for them when he was growing. Is like, it's emblematic of the entirety of the black identity, the black experience.
As a major driver for electoral success. It's that simple. And it's not because the Democratic establishment is on board with uplifting the material conditions of black and brown people in poor neighborhoods. Look at fucking Jim Clyburn. Jim Clyburn is a demon of machine politics, okay? He is seen as like the kingmaker in the Democratic Party, partially because as a South Carolina representative, he commands a lot of the black...
Makes sense. Brett said you should really watch the FD video on Zoran and how the way white leftists push POC away. Right, and again, I don't know what Hassan's response to this, but I don't think he watched the video on this. But I'm very curious about his reasoning as to why. Right? I'm very curious as to his reasoning as to like why he didn't or doesn't watch it.
Black vote and the machine politics in South Carolina. You should really watch the FD video about Zoran and the way white leftists push POC away. I think that's a part of the problem. I think the cynical Democratic establishment consultant class will very quickly use any kind of pushback that like leftists have towards like the boomer votes, for example. Any sort of pushback that the leftists have towards boomers, they will immediately laser in on it, and then we'll say, "Oh, it's because these guys are racist, right? Look how racist they are," and it comes across as racist to black boomers. Is true. FD is right. It comes across as racist to Gen X black voters and boomer black voters. And that is cynically weaponized. That kind of communication is cynically weaponized. If you were actually in those communities, if you're actually organizing in those communities, then you would have, I think, a much better time.
Like, he's not incorrect. He's not wrong. The chat, I know the chat. The chat is just like immediately FD signifier. So I was also kind of wrong about this. He's not incorrect that like if you were in the communities, you would like, it's because this is what FD was saying. FD is saying like you have to be in the communities to talk to the people. But he's wrong about the idea that like he doesn't view, like, again, I don't think he means to do this, but the language that he chooses to use doesn't make it seem like he's talking to black people now. Like he's saying it as though white is the default of the leftist spaces. When he says you need to be in the communities, he's not saying black people or black leftists or whatever should talk to the black boomers. He's saying, you know, white leftists, right? White leftists in this space, you got to go talk to the black boomers. You have to go into those spaces, right? Isn't he saying it for white people? But yes, but that's the issue. That's the problem, right? The issue is that like there are black leftists in this space, right? And the way that he's portraying it is as though this space is only white people, and there's not. Right? Black boomers don't need, you know, freaking 20-year-old white kids with Bernie Sanders t-shirts on to go to the churches and then talk to them. Right? What those boomers need is they need the kids. They need those black kids, the black Gen Z kids, to talk to them. They won't listen, no shade, and that's the problem. And so instead of making the space where the black Gen Z kids feel comfortable being in spaces like this, he's saying, oh, this space is overwhelmingly white, so white people just go talk to the black boomers and that'll solve the problem. Right? And it's not necessarily the case. It's not as simple as just white people need to go talk to the black boomers and it'll fix the issue. The problem is that it's multifaceted. Number one, the space is because it's overwhelmingly white and it's hostile to black leftist thought. There aren't a lot of young black leftist voices in the space, which means that the only people who are in like the youth leftist space who are doing the outreach are overwhelmingly white, and you have overwhelmingly white leftists talking to these old boomers or whatever, and it's not changing their mind specifically. It's the same as the Dean thing. Yes, it is the same thing as the Dean thing. Right? The issue is that this space is hostile to young black leftists, which means that like young black leftists are not going to like or increasing the share in the space, which means that those same young black leftists are not converting their parents and their grandparents because they're not a part of the same space anyway. Does that make sense? Basically said in a stream a few weeks ago that leftist politics should trickle down to black people rather than designed intentionally for black people. Yeah, I think it's incorrect. I think it's wrong. The guy I was watching was saying that it can be both. Black voters vote based on a safe choice, and black voters are pushed away by white leftist ignorance. Yeah, I mean that is true to a certain extent, right? In that, but it's not like diametrically opposed. Like black voters vote based on the safe choice, right? As like a mechanism of survival. That can be correct, while black voters are being pushed away by white leftist ignorance as well. Like it could be a compounding issue. You know?
Stop. No more identity politics, please. Black liberals don't give a fuck. No, this isn't just identity politics, okay? At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. But the reality of the matter is the older black voting bloc is the most important. Like they are what the white evangelicals are to the Republican Party's base of support. Okay? I need you to understand something. What white evangelicals are at the national level to Republican Party, as far as like their undying loyalty and their interest in voting for the Republicans is the exact same in terms of older black voters, specifically black women. Okay? They are at the heart of the Democratic Party's machine.
This is true. This is correct, right? I think the biggest issue that I think people don't understand is like, that's not like due to like a positive association with the Democratic Party. Like black people are not voting Democrat out of some like, oh, we owe the Democrats our life or whatever, or we love the Democrats. If you talk, and again, the problem is that none of these people talk to like actual like black boomers, right? It comes from a mechanism of survival, which I said when I was reacting to the FD video that like I disagree with it, but it comes from a mechanism of survival. It's black people's like the rights of the black community, black people being over policed, black healthcare, black home ownership, affirmative action, all that stuff comes at the chopping block in like Republican administrations. So in an effort to mitigate the harm, it's harm reduction voting, a lot of black voters will align with who they can see as electable in order to or a safe vote in order to ensure that their rights are not the first to disappear. You know, like that's what it's about. And so a lot of people have this idea that like black people love voting for the Democrats. You know, they're like, oh, black people love the Democrats. They'll suck the Democrats off. They're like super pro the Democrats or whatever. And if they actually talk to black people, they'll know that that's not the case. Black people hate the Democrats. If they talk to black people, if they engage with black voters, they do not like the Democrats. like as an institution, as a party. But they view the Democrats as the only opportunity to safeguard like their safety, their rights. Right? And I think part of it is that they have bit a little bit into the anti like leftist progressive bullet from the media. When the media runs that like Bernie Sanders is not electable, they'll just say, okay, Bernie Sanders is not electable, so I can't even vote for him anyway. Right? And that's a part of the way the media operates, which is where the like getting in the community and understanding that and then unlearning that is important. But like, I think some people genuinely think that like black people just love the Democrats and that they will always vote for the Democrats forever, no matter what. Even if given a best option, even if you give if you give black people a candidate that, you know, will win, if you say this candidate will win, like Zoran Mamdani. In the general election, I can guarantee you that he's going to get the well, I guess, you know, Eric Adams is still there. If it was Zoran Mamdani versus a Republican candidate in like in an election, I guarantee you he'll get the same amount of black votes as any other candidate would for the Democratic Party, right? Black people are not like inherently anti-progressive or inherently conservative. They're also not inherently like aligned with moderate Democrats, right? A lot of it comes down to the way the media portrays as electability and voting lesser evil with for survival reasons. That's what it is. And if there is a progressive choice that has an opportunity or a chance to win, black people will align with them as well. And what white leftists or leftists in general have to do is it's our job to convince the black voters that like this candidate has a chance to win. That's it. It's that simple. If you can convince black voters, right, that Zoran Mamdani has a chance to win the election, right, he'll get insane amounts of black support. You know, if Bernie Sanders was able to effectively convince black voters that he had a opportunity to win the election, he also would have gotten insane amounts of black support. But you're going to be fighting an uphill battle because you're going to be fighting back against like the media and stuff like that, right? But black people are not like inherently like conservative. That's just not the case.
They're at the heart of the Democratic Party's machine of turnout. And the Democrats will literally cynically use real frustrations and real fears that the aunties and the unks have against leftist candidates, okay? They will say these guys are racist. They'll say these guys are racist. They don't represent your interests. They're not in your communities. They don't fuck with you. We do. And they don't have to do that by like presenting themselves. They don't have to do that by like going to those communities. They do that by using the figures that are also an important and formative part of the Democratic machine turnout. They use church leaders. They use organizers that already work within the ranks of the Democratic Party in these communities to make that message, to say that over and over again. And the only way to combat that is by organizing in these communities. The reality of
Hassan's not wrong here. He's correct, right?
Matter is, leftists don't have a very good mechanism.
Which is exactly what FD said.
Leftists, unfortunately, do not have, and democratic socialists do not have a good way to counter that turnout machine.
And this is what also stupid is that like people being like, where's it at? FD literally criticized Mamdani for the Columbia scandal. Like, I don't know if these people did not watch the video or they're just, I genuinely think a lot of these people don't just watch black content just because they're racist, right? If you watch the video, right, you don't see, like, FD's not like yelling at or criticizing Mamdani for the Columbia scandal. He's saying that like voters will see that, right? Black voters will see that and will be turned off by it. And then he moved on. He said, I'm not going to address that right now. And what he did address is that people like this person who were like, oh, but he is African-American though, so it doesn't matter. You know? People who were like in my chat as well, being like, well, if you think about it, He was born in Africa, and he is American. So that kind of makes him African American. They was fully for him, even with this criticism. Yeah, it's just. Again, I don't think they watched the video.
Do you understand?
Not supporting any blacks besides FBAs. Okay, that's silly, chatter. FBA is silly.
So instead of doing the thing that Democrats do, and be like, why won't these guys vote for us? You have to literally go to those communities and organize those communities.
Reading gray names. No, this is not just reading gray names. These are people who are that I've criticized consistently. Like you're not going to see any. There are no sub badges here. So you where's where I saw a few sub badges. But like, some of these people have been community members for a consistent while. That I'm criticizing the way that the community operates as a whole.
Shit ton of young black and brown voters that identify with democratic socialism.
But you know, I was right. Some of these sub badges just don't exist. This person has a sub badge in the chat here. It doesn't have one here. So some of these people aren't actually gray names. They actually are like long-term subs
that identify with progressive candidates. We have to talk with them. We have to talk alongside them. We have to organize alongside them. It's that simple, because there is a major generational divide here. Okay? That's precisely the reason why whenever people say like, oh, like black people don't fuck with democratic socialism or whatever, it's bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. Bernie Sanders was doing LeBron numbers with black voters under the age of 35. Okay? LeBron numbers. Not even a question. Meanwhile, there is already a major issue in terms of the turnout machine actually breaking for black voters in general. Year over year, every single new campaign that does not offer any real solutions, you see the Democrats also lose more and more black voters. They're not losing those black voters from the demographics that always
said,
consistently.
Also, the chatter said as well. That's basically what FD said too. Unless you're at churches changing Auntie's mind, he doesn't want to hear the left crying that Zoran didn't get the black vote.
And will forever, until they die, vote for the Democrats. They're losing the black voters that are younger. The further removed you are from the gains of the civil rights movement, the less likely you are as a black person to vote for the Democratic Party. Okay? Because that's the last time the Democrats actually did something for black people. And it was so important that black people have consistently turned out and voted for the Democrats with Assad numbers, okay? Black women in particular. There is no comparison within any demographic. There is no comparison within any demographic that votes this under any sort of democratic process. There is no high percentage turnout, no high percentage vote for any party under any fucking liberal democratic example. It's better than Vladimir Putin. We talking Russian election day number? No, it's more than that. It's Assad numbers. I'm telling you, black women specifically vote for the Democratic Party with Assad margins, not even Vladimir Putin margins. Okay? Even Putin, when he's like massaging the numbers, doesn't put 92%.
Don't talk about black women, grr, at Hassan's chat.
Anyway, the problem is, the problem is you can't just like fucking sit around from the outside, especially someone that looks like me. I can't be fucking running around being like, oh, black people are too stupid to vote for socialism. Like, that's insane. That's an insanely out of touch. That is literally something that Democratic consultants masturbate to, where they're like, oh, we got them. We got them. So anytime you find yourself being like, you're too stupid to understand that this is actually better for you to vote for this kind of candidacy, you're losing.
Sure. And the problem is that chatters don't realize that they do that, by the way. Like, Hassan is correct, but chatters don't realize that they do that. They are the people that are doing that. Maybe not in those, like, you know, in no uncertain terms, but they, when speaking, right, when speaking to black voters, they don't do it in a way that, like, I'm trying to build community with you. It's, I know better than you about this. You just have to listen to me, and you just have to trust me because I know more than you do, right? And that is what FD Signifier is criticizing. They think he's talking about someone else, not me. Exactly. Exactly. And so, like, when Hassan says it, they're like, oh, that makes sense. He's not talking about me, but, like, yeah, there are people who do that. Some other people, and I think that's crazy. But when FD Signifier says it, it's like, oh, why are you attacking me directly? Because, like, they haven't said anything different. They haven't said anything meaningfully different here, like Hassan and FD Signifier. But you see the entire chat going crazy about FD's only talking about identity politics. See, why does Hassan get a pass on this? Why is it when FD Signifier says that some leftists turn around and they're like, oh, black people are too stupid to vote for socialism? They understand that that's bad. But when FD Signifier does it, it's, oh, it's identity politics. Why can't we leave identity politics? Why can't we stop talking about identity politics? Hassan is not black. Yeah, that's the problem. That's the issue. Is that they scream identity politics when a black person is saying the exact same thing that Hassan will say. Right? And why is that the case? Because chat has a problem with racism. That's not Hassan's fault. When did I ever say it was Hassan's fault? What are you talking about? When did I say, Hassan, it's your fault that the chatters are doing this?
Okay. Another way to compete against that is by having successful record of proving that narrative wrong. Making radical change to target black voters who are being purposely misled by neolib establishment is harder than just succeeding in New York and Boston, where the socialist candidates are able to prove the neolib establishment narrative wrong with a change they're already ready to bring today. Like, I'll give you an example. There was a radical black candidate that unironically was radical, and then he was completely captured by establishment Democrats. His name is Raphael Warnock. Okay? Liberation theologist. Radical liberal Raphael Warnock. That's it. Red state, great numbers, was actually fairly radical, as a matter of fact, in his congregation. And look at him now. He's been swept away by the same old business as usual politics. It's sad to see.
I want to see what this
identity politics is basically equal trust.
Oh, I already read this guy. Okay, continue.
The only way change some of the boomers' minds is just success. So that's why I want Mamdani to do well when he wins. Yeah.
It's obviously not going to understand. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had this problem. I'm sure if he got some people to understand, and Hassan's version helps some others. But don't you understand how that's the issue? How that's the problem? And how that's worthy of criticism? Is that you need to have a white person to speak and say the exact same thing you said to get other people to understand the exact same thing you said? And how that's frustrating for people?
Kind correction. That's not what he said. He said that leftists like Bernie have not adequately linked race issues with the rest of their platform and perspective. I think the FD video was incorrect because he said leftists have a racism problem, and it's not just true. Leftists are better on race issues than any other grouping. Yes, leftists are better on race issues than any other grouping. Leftists just don't communicate the language that the establishment Democrats do because they're not a part of the fucking message at all. They're not a part of the fucking church groups. That's it. That's it. And the Democrats keep the Democrats use that turnout machine against leftists aggressively. Okay, that's it. That's the major problem here. So you have to out-organize. You have to out-organize the Democratic Party, which is impossible.
Oh wait, I get mentioned here. LOL. The chatter is wrong. He's ignoring the subtle racism leftists are unknowingly engaging. Y'all need to watch On the Black. W. True and based and real. And based and true. And based and real. And based.
But there's also another method out there, which is to keep drawing in larger and larger numbers of younger black and brown voters. Okay, younger black and brown voters is how you fucking penetrate these demographics and get them to talk to their parents. And
Hassan's not wrong. He's not incorrect, right? The only part that I think he's missing here is the idea that, like, in order to do so, you know, you need to, like, okay, if, for example, you hated having ants in your house, you're like, I hate having ants. So you put down a bunch of ant traps and little anti-ant and ant repellent things on the floor. And then you're like, wait a minute, I need ants for my ant colony, right? You can't open your door and then expect to get a bunch of ants for your ant colony. You have to first pick up all the ant traps. You have to take all the ant repellent off the ground. Right? So while Hassan is correct, is that you need to have, and getting more younger black voters is important, you can't do that while the space is actively repellent towards those black voters. Does that make sense? Like, you need to first fix the space so that black people are not, or don't feel as though it's actively repellent towards them, so that then you have younger black voters who are in this space, so that then those younger black voters can then talk to their parents, and then you have a more progressive base. Right? Like, that's the point. Does somebody have the link to the Twitter? There was a Twitter post on Hostwit that talked about my take on this. I didn't read it because, like, I don't read hater posts or whatever. That's not a hater post. I don't read like seek out what people are saying about me. But like, because I talked about this as well, about that there are instances or there's times where, like, there is, like, critique from black people that is not engaged with in a meaningful way. You know? Oh. Okay. I think Hassan also doesn't realize hanging around known Trump supporters to save white kids doesn't look good to black people. That is another part of it, for sure. Here, I'll get to this in a second. I was at these bathroom, so I'll be right back.
Try to get them to change the minds of their parents. You guys in this chat. Okay? That's it. Because the real reason why I wouldn't say that, like, the left has a major issue with, like, black voters, for example, is because it depends on what age range we're talking about. If you're talking about black voters under the age of 40, the left wins overwhelmingly. If you're talking about black voters over the age of 55, the left is nowhere to be found. Okay? It's that simple.
I think there's some standards and some requirements that should be, I don't want to say met, but should be articulated that for the party to fully embrace that have to be clear.
Meaning you have a sit down with Mamdani and say, hey, look, come into the tent, but here's some things we would like to hear from you.
Bro, what? You're not part of the team, little bro. Shut the fuck up.
Like when I don't want to take
the better advice is DSA aligned candidates and organizers showing up consistently, not relying on young black voters to talk to their parents. Yeah, no, for sure. I think the major problem is that DSA style groups have not been able to get a strong foothold in black communities specifically. Okay, it's that simple. I've heard chatter of people complaining that the DSA LA, for example, has been somewhat absent from the conversation of ICE raids that are taking place. Stop saying the DSA has problems, okay? With the limited amount of power that they have, they're doing their very best. Okay, shut the fuck up. I hate this argument too. I don't like these like grandstanding, generalized positions that people fucking apply.
What was the position? I missed it. Should I go back?
That shit also pisses me off whenever people are like, oh, well, the DSA has a problem talking to black people, or the DSA has this problem, DSA has that problem. With absent from the conversation of ICE raids that are taking place. I've heard chatter of people complaining that the DSA LA, for example, has been somewhat absent from the conversation of ICE raids that are taking place. Stop saying the DSA has problems, okay? With the limited amount of power that they have, they're doing their very best. Okay, shut the fuck up. I hate this argument too. I don't like these like grandstanding, generalized positions that people fucking apply.
I don't necessarily agree with that. I think I understand certain purposes. Right? That like the DSA is trying its best, but there is critique of the DSA, and not even just the DSA, but like of leftist spaces as a whole, in how they are repulsive to black people. Right? That is the case. And that is something that needs to be addressed, especially if we want to talk about why or how do we bring more black people into the ranks. You know? Sounds pretty good here, but I do feel like sometimes chat needs someone like Sean or FD to hold their hands through it. I mean, chat is stuck in their ways. You know, it's chat.
That shit also pisses me off whenever people are like, oh, well, the DSA has a problem talking to black people, or the DSA has this problem, DSA has that problem.
I do think it's not helpful to only focus on the DSA. But the DSA does have problems. The leftist space does have problems. It can be better. You know? It can operate better. I'm a black person in DSA, and this is a recurring conversation. PSL has its fault, but it's so many more BIPOC people than us. Yeah.
Stop. People who don't organize will tell you all about the problems with every org. I know. Yeah, I saw the Obama takes.
And to find out
I don't necessarily understand why he doesn't watch the video, honestly. That's why the low-key, the FD video kind of annoyed me, but his heart is in the right place. Like, what do you mean? Oh, you can't say no more calling out racism. Can't talk about racism anymore, chat. Oh, you stupid blacks talking about racism too much. Don't you know the DSA is trying its best? What are we talking about here, dog? What are we talking about? How is this different than Matt Iglesias of the world saying, stop saying the little poor little Dems have a problem? It's not. It's not different at all. No, you don't. No, we don't have to shoot this chatter into the sun. I think it's because the DSA originally came from New Left people, and a modern DSA is mostly Bernie people. So whiteness is just continues. My local Afro-socialist is actually working on a presentation on this. I didn't know that existed. So people need to listen to Black voices more. I definitely need to follow these traps before the community taught me better. To make Black people to shut up about racism is ridiculous. And this may not be what this chatter means by that, but that's kind of what the vibe is, right? That's what I received from it, is that, oh, FD's video was annoying because it was talking about the problems in the DSA. You know?
Worldwide. Yeah.
Anyway, interesting how everyone agrees. Oh, here's Obama weighing in with staffers. Right. 1 year after, different way. You wanted to prevent is the beyond housing is through deregulation. Courage. What's that? Why he list? Yeah. Obama hates when there are a bunch of local.
Will be accountable for it. I think too much of our regulation is precautionary.
Yeah, I think you should watch the video. Honestly, I don't think there's enough avenues of housekeeping that happens in leftist space. You know, because we spent like 10 minutes talking about chatters who watched the video and didn't like it, what they think the video meant, and Hassan kind of using that as a springboard to talk about what he wanted to talk about, which I don't think it was like wrong, instead of actually engaging with what the video was. And so there are chatters here who still think that like, oh, FD is an idpol freaking liberal who's a wrecker who's taking down the left, you know? And if he would have watched the video and critiqued it, and then chat still came to that same conclusion, or Hassan came to that or a similar conclusion, I could, you know, critique that as well. Why do chatters think like that? Because they're racist. You miss Hassan saying that Obama is jealous of Zoran. I think that's silly just because I don't think Obama cares about anything. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think Obama gives two toots and a fart about a single thing ever. Cares about legacy? That's true. He cares about his legacy. But his legacy is already chill. He's fine. You know? Like, and so every so often he'll come out and say, yo, Democrats, y'all should be talking to voters, by the way. All right, see you later. And you're just like, wow, thanks, Obama. We could have never figured this out without you. Thank you so much. That's how I feel about Obama. Literally every 6 months, he'll come out and he'll be like, yo, y'all should try this thing that's called voter outreach. Thank you very much. And we're like, thanks, Obama. Appreciate you. That's it. That's all he does. Anyway, yeah. But I do want to go through this thread. I have it saved, but I never pulled it up because I wasn't streaming. We didn't have a chat about the 1 in 20 of you that like this tweet. Hassan's tweet and the online left in general is dominated by cis white voices. Shout out, I talked about this on the stream regarding the FD video on the left learning nothing from Bernie Sanders. Sean talked about where's that? Sean talked about how he almost left Hassan's community a few years ago. It actually wasn't a few years ago. It was like a year ago. And even avoided recommending Hassan to his siblings because of how we treat people we disagree with as records and how we disproportionately apply that label to marginalized individuals. White leftists are more willing to give space to formerly racist white people to have bad takes and crash out moments than for black people to have a bad takes and crash out moments. We see the same phenomenon with cis leftists. They sympathize with the reform oppressor rather than with the oppressed because they were once the oppressors themselves. It's not that they were evil, they just didn't know any better. That may not be true, or that may be true, but if you don't acknowledge that your actions when you don't know any better, it still hurts the oppressed people, then you are not truly reformed. You're still contributing to the same system of oppression when you excuse behavior of our other allies. Yes, there are ESL and also contextual reason why Hassan accidentally said an interesting story yesterday. Yes, we need to be careful about drawing attention to stupid things because Hassan has a lot of haters. This is not one of those cases. Because I made a mistake and that hurt trans members of the community, and I believe that he will apologize for it after he looks into it off stream. Until he does, it's not your job to scold trans members of the community or tell them they are wrong for feeling hurt. There are a few online spaces that are safe for trans folks, and so far this has been one of them. We need to keep it that way. Okay, this was cleared, but seeing as it got several replies, I didn't actually get it. I'm not talking about Hassan saying this, so I'm talking about the community and how it jumped down any trans person's throat who was upset about it. Yeah, did they end up apologizing? I don't know. I have not been in stream recently, so I have no idea. But yeah, that's kind of like the overarching point. There were some replies to this that I was gonna look at, but I realized it's not productive for my freaking mental health to get into. But yeah, just the way that this community operates, it's not unique. It's not like specific, like, oh, Hassan community or whatever. But it is a community of people of overwhelmingly white leftists, and in doing so, overwhelmingly like cis leftists. In doing so, they will disparage, target, denigrate, and tarnish marginalized people who they see as wreckers. You know? Like, it's weird. It's weird. And even I'll go as far as to say that there are things that I have criticized like FT Signifier for before, or critiqued, like the combo take that I disagreed with, right? But the way that chatters are able to very effectively push people like Dean to the top as like voices for the left, but will denigrate and tarnish FT Signifier. It's weird to me. Like, there's no avenue or space for like a black liberal to grow, where like Dean gets all the charitability support in the world. Now I'm in an interesting place because none of them get any charitability from me. You know what I mean? Like, they get some charitability, but like I will criticize Dean the same way that I criticize Too Raw, Too Stupid, same way that I criticize Jasmine Crockett, same way that I criticize Harry Sisson. I criticize all of them equally. The problem that I have is that they will extend a level of charitability to people like Dean because they see themselves in Dean, but will not extend that same level of charitability to, you know, other marginalized leftists who are ostensibly lefter than Dean. Does that make sense? But I do have to go because I'm tired. I was supposed to end stream an hour ago. But yeah. As I mentioned, ignoring international leftists. International leftists, who are those? All right. Anything else, chat? Any final thoughts? Oh, wait.